Hello and welcome to Supersport Park for the fourth day, the fourth and final day of the CSA 4-day series match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. And we have a match that is interestingly poised. It is very open and hit the deck hard and rough up the batsman. But as you say, good to see him being able to also uh, bowl with discipline and hit the right lines and lengths for a protracted period of time.
And we see that one just rising up. Again, we had the two just rising up that back of a length. And as soon as you go a little bit fuller, just about a meter or so fuller, it just dies in the deck a little bit. Munsami had, by the end of yesterday, with the ball being so soft, he had one whack right on the left knee there of a ball, just kept low, missing the pad. And with that first ball that we saw to Parsons rising up as much as it did, there's a leg slip in place as well. And credit to Brunt, he's been brilliant on the field.
That's through the gap in the covers. Again, the deep point will come into play and just a single. Yeah, Neil Brunt, who has been rewarded with the captaincy of the SAA side, that will take on the West Indian counterparts from the end of the month. So Neil Brunt, obviously a highly rated cricketer in the eyes of Proteas Test coach Shukri Conrad.
And well deserved. He's one of those captains that like thinking out of the box. He puts a lot of trust in his bowlers. He puts a lot of trust in the execution of his plans. So I think that is very important to an emerging team like the SAA squad, to have a captain that when he gives you the ball, he believes you'll be the one doing the damage. And that's what he's been showing here with us, with this Titans team. And the one thing we noticed is he did not have to talk a lot. He did not have to be next to the bowlers all the time and in their ear. A look, a gesture, that's all they needed, and they know exactly. So that conversation is taking place in the net, is taking place off the park. On the park, they're all on the same page.
So Ayat Kamani is going to take up the cudgels from the West Lane end for the Titans. So one would imagine that Merrick Brett, who took 5 wickets in the first innings, and Clyde Bukaka perhaps being lined up to take the second new ball in 4 overs' time. Ayat Kamani, you spoke about talking a lot. It seems he's been fairly verbal, fairly vocal in this match so far.
Yes, him and Sarel Erwin had a lovely contest between one another.
It's nicely tucked off the legs by Bradley Portier. So we're thinking of 2, and they will make it comfortably as the deep mid wicket gets around. Porteous goes to 36. Total 232 for 6.
Yes, him and Erwin was exchanging dinner plans and recipes, and they had a lot in the middle of the crease yesterday. But he also had a bit of a go at Parsons as well when he was on the deck. He was very feisty. That exaggerated follow through was there. Love to see a fast bowler, and he did surprise them with the lift and the carry that he got yesterday, hitting that 8-meter mark. Just carried through nicely to Munsami.
That's shortish, and it's straight to extra cover. Yeah, Kamani is not a very tall man, but he gets it too. He's an awkward, skiddy sort of bowler, and he's a bit of a streak bowler. When the mood grabs him, when he's on a roll, we've seen him a few times run through batting lineups.
And it's a brilliant combination between him and Brett, because they bowled attackingly, and what a great situation for a captain to be in when you've got Junior Dala as your first change bowler. When you've got 2 strike bowlers like Komane and Brett coming in, running hard, attacking the wickets. And you've got someone with the experience of Junior Dala coming in just to settle everything down and also play his brand of attacking cricket. Been bowling well. And Bukako has been a bit of a surprise package, I think. There's 1 or 2 spells that he did look lackluster, but in between, he's bowled brilliant deliveries. He's bowled very well. At the end of yesterday, he looked like the most dangerous bowler, swinging it away from the left-hander. He's beaten Sarel Erwin. He beaten Parsons. He gave Smith a hard time as well. So he bowled very well at the back end of yesterday.
Yes, Kamani again to Porteous. Very solid, very solid. It's been a good start, both for the Dolphins batsmen. They've got off added very useful runs quite quickly in the first couple of overs. And the Titans bowlers also settling into their lines and lengths.
And the one thing noticeable about these two young batters is that Porteous and Van Staden has not felt the pressure. They've played brilliantly. They've left well outside that off stump. And when the ball has presented itself, it was a bad ball. They did put it away.
Oh, that's very short and wide for Kamani. A poor delivery, really. Left well alone. Yeah, it's interesting because both Brad Porteous and Slade van Staden have kind of battled for consistent opportunities in the Dolphins team. And so one could understand if there was a bit of anxiety, a bit of almost desperation to do really, really well.
And this game definitely cemented their place a little bit. Van Staden scoring a career best of the 70 in the first innings. Porteous scored his 57, a very patient 57 of 122 balls. And just seeing them starting today again, it doesn't look like there's any pressure on them. They're taking up exactly where they left off yesterday. Great calling between the wickets. Both of them similar stature, similar sort of batters. Loves to play off that back foot. They love rocking on to that back foot, just punch it to the sweeper for that ones. Loves rotating the strike. And even when Brandt was bowling, the sweeps were coming out from both ends as well. So fantastic batting between the two. Complement each other very well with the lead 116. Overcast conditions, that second new ball, I think, is the one that's going to be the telling factor in this game.
Yeah, and of course the Titans don't want to leak too many runs before that. Just to illustrate how tough it's been to maintain a place in the Dolphin side as Dahler into Van Staden. Again, that short line down the leg side with the leg slip in place, but just left alone by Van Staden. Sean Gilson made his debut for the Dolphins last weekend, made a half century, and is not playing in this match.
Yes, that was a little bit of a surprise. And the Dolphins also losing John Smuts as well for this game. So it was a surprise that he didn't retain his spot. But these two have grabbed the opportunities to both hands.
That's well tucked by Van Staden. He'll go to 44, 233 for 6 now. I wonder if John Smuts perhaps has a bit of a niggle. He, of course, was the bowling star for the Dolphins in their previous game.
There is a bit of a niggle there, according to the camp. And we saw De Tole also didn't keep in the second innings. Van Staden was the stand-in keeper for him in the second innings.
The bouncer from Dahler.
So we're not sure. We haven't had any word why De Tole did not keep wicket in the second innings, but Van Staden did a fantastic job in his absence.
So 2 slips for Junior Dahler, but very widely spaced. The second slip is almost a gully, in fact. And men out on the boundary at square leg, fine leg, and deep point, a few meters in from the boundary. It's uppish for a while off the bat.
There's that back of a length that we were talking about, just lifting a little bit more than anyone. And with Junior Dahler hitting the deck as hard as he is definitely creating that lift. And Kwamani on the other side, being that skitty bowler, you almost don't expect that lift. But the patience being shown there by Porteous, he knows that leg slip is in place. Junior Dahler is just going to hit that length consistently, hoping that he loses patience.
Again, well handled. The shortish delivery there by Porteous, steered nicely for a single. Partnership with 63 now for the 7th wicket. Very valuable runs for the Dolphins because they were 171 for 6 when this pair got together, which was effectively a lead of just 55 runs. 55 for 6 is certainly not a position you want to be in.
And these two has really settled the ship a little bit, effectively being 118 for 6 on day 4 and still batting gives you a great opportunity to save the matchup. And you can't help but think that somewhere in that Dolphins camp, they might be thinking, what would be enough? With the overcast conditions, must we have a crack or not? It all depends on how the pitch plays. And what the new ball does, I think, is also going to give them an indication of what they can and cannot do. As we saw that top order of the Titans, they got a very long batting lineup. But if you can get in there quickly, you might be in for a sniff.
Kamani to continue to Porteous. It's again skidding through. Porteous exaggeratedly going low with the defensive shot. Yes, it's interesting. I mean, as we said, the first job for the Dolphins will be to get through that second new ball. And one feels then they need to bat through to lunch. If they can get a lead of over 200, you never know. You perhaps the Titans will feel that they need to chase down the runs. They'll go for it, which might create opportunities in itself. I see there's still quite a tinge of green in the pitch, even though we're on the 4th day and it's been 3 days of hot weather leading up to today. Perhaps the overcast conditions also just allowing the grass just to stand up a bit this morning.
And the ground staff is doing a great job reserving this pitch. There's been a lot of cricket played on it thus far. And the fast bowlers on both ends have been hitting the decks hard. And it's been, the foot marks hasn't opened up. There hasn't been a lot of purchase for the spinners. We saw 1 or 2 from Brandt really taking off and turning in the first innings. He had the outside edge of Van Staden. And in the second innings, there was 1 or 2 that just popped up a little bit because of his high action that he has with that left arm. But other than that, no real turn. The foot marks hasn't created anything for the spinners. That's why both sides have been operating with the seamers more than anything else. And I think that slate of green has also caused that.
Yeah, Supersport Park, not really known as a venue that's hugely supportive of the spin bowlers. And I guess also the Titans preparing a pitch that would take the Dolphins as far away from their comfort zone as possible. They played the first round at home at Kingsmead, and it was obviously a typical sort of Durban subcontinental pitch. Helped the spinners, and here they've come on a wicket that's got a bit of green and obviously pace and bounce. Is that a no ball? It is. Umpire Lauren Achenbach signalling there.
And this is the one part of the game that the Titan bowlers have struggled with. They've bowled a lot of no balls. Bukaka was one of them that struggled at 1 over. He was bowling 2 in an over. Komani at the end of the day yesterday, a bit of fatigue and searching for that extra pace, a little bit of late swing, also bowled a couple. So the no balls have been a little bit of an issue for the Titans.
Yeah, that's the 14th no ball of this innings. So the Titans in the first innings also bowled 9 no balls, so 23 no balls across the 2 innings so far. As you say, that is a concern.
And it's also in a time period where Bukaka bowled very well and was taking the ball away from Sarel Erwee quite dramatically. And it was not just swing, it was also nipping from the seam. And you don't want to get a wicket and you constantly stepping over. That's heartbreak.
Nightmare stuff. It's a good over so far from Ayat Kamani. In fact, that's the end of the over. Very tidy, and it's 235 for 6. Van Staden has 44, Porteous on 37, and the Dolphins lead by 119.
And that new ball in the back of the minds of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. And you can see the brain trust there. Just having a bit of a chat. Brandt just consulting 1 or 2 of the senior players. Junior Dala starting off with his 13th over for the second innings of the Dolphins. 1 for 43. And this is a play that they've enforced in a lot yesterday as well. Just that short square leg. Just for that tuck around the corner. They've got the leg slip. They got that one under the helmet now as well. And Junior Dollar changing his action to around the wicket. So I think Van Staden will see the game plan. Will know exactly what's coming to him. And that's where that wider gully also comes into play now.
Straight away on the bounce to short square leg. Yeah, just 1 over to go before the second new ball. So I think we can expect Junior Dala to come roaring in and give it his all for 1 over. He's going to really pound it into the pitch at the batsman's body.
And they still got a deep point out with the massive offside boundary they have. You can see it's about 20 off the boundary.
Almost a catching position, and I'll talk about that after this delivery. With Dala probably going to be bowling a short line of attack to the batsman. If he gets the line a little bit straight, you never know, the batsman might sway and try and play the uppercut a bit. So a deep point could be in business.
Especially with this vacant third man area, he might just feel he's got a chance to open up that blade, get it a bit finer, and then just time it too well, and it's down his throat.
That's nicely put away by Slade van Staden. Hooked very fine for 4, and that takes him to 48, not out the lead now, 123.
That one was just offline a little bit. On leg stump, you could just swivel around the ball and just play it past that, between the fine leg and that leg slip that they have there. Great shot, and that's the patience that Van Staden has shown throughout the game, and not just this innings.
And it didn't really get up that much from Junior Dala. It was a very comfortable hooking height for Slade van Staden, as Neil Brunt is now unhappy with the ball. It's going to show it to umpire Achenbach. It might be a bit wet. I wonder if there's some moisture from the covers.
And we did have a bit of a spot of rain last night in the area, so it might have just on the other side of those boards maybe just fall into a bit of water. You can see the balls are being called out. Ball has gone very wet.
Seems a bit of a waste with only 3 deliveries remaining for the second new ball. I know Titans manager Karen Smithies, first of all, was talking about there being a lot more than just a spot of rain here last night, but also the price of new balls is something she bemoans fairly often. But yeah, I mean, I guess there's no guarantee that the Titans will take the second new ball when it becomes available, although I can't think of any reason why not.
With the overcast conditions, I can't see why not. I can't see them not giving the ball as quick as possible to Merrick Brett. He's on 7 wickets for the game thus far. He's been their strike bowler. Bukako showed that he can take those important wickets as well. And also, you can't help but feel that Klamani just bowled that over just to get nice and loose before he gets a new ball, because he's shown that he can bowl 6, 7, 8 overs in a trot easy as well. And with the Titans just wanting those last 4 wickets, this could be the strategy. Maybe give Brett a quick burst, give Dala a quick burst. We saw it yesterday as well. Short spells, 3 overs for Komani in the beginning, 3 overs for Brett, immediately change to Bukako and Dala from there, and Ferreira bowling the one just before lunch. I don't see the spinners coming on too quickly today, as they're not frontline spinners. But the seamers will operate in short spells. And with the movement on offer, with that new ball, it's going to be interesting. And Van Staden and Portia is going to be tested.
So match referee Lawrence Matuis has come on with his box of balls. We do have a replacement ball, but we're now missing an umpire, because umpire Alahuddin Palika has jogged up the many steps here at Supersport Park back to the umpire's room. Not sure what he was fetching. It looks like he went to fetch another ball, actually. Funnily enough.
Might just feel he had a long 4 days, just stretching those legs a little bit.
Only 20 minutes into the day's play, so one presumes it wasn't some sort of comfort break. But he did. He fetched a ball, which is interesting. He's throwing it now to Dewald Brevis. And play will be back underway shortly. Just to run through what's happened in this Dolphins second innings. They started with a deficit of 116 runs, and their top order struggled a bit again. There was a partnership of 52 for the second wicket between Sarel Avia and Marcus Ackerman, who made 31, but then they slipped to 134 for 5, and the bulk of those runs coming from Sarel Avia, who scored 60, and that became 171 for 6, and now 239 for 6.
And we saw yesterday Sarel Avia almost running out of partners a little bit. Ackerman stuck around a while, and he punished Junior Dahl in the one over for a hat-trick of boundaries, but then he got a very good ball. Sarel Avia was very lucky on his very first ball that he received, a very convincing LBW shout that wasn't given. And then Smith looked like he's going to stick around. Parsons looked like he's going to stick around.
It's nicely cut, but that deep backward point comes into play.
So no one really stuck around for Avia. Van Staden came out, and as soon as he joined Avia, they looked like they're going to consolidate, and then Sarel Avia went LBW. And then Porteous came to the wicket, and these two just continued where they left off in that first innings. Batted brilliantly together. They never looked under pressure. They never looked unsettled, uncomfortable. The partnership has grown to 69.
Another hook shot. This time by Porteous, and that'll run away for 4. Very well placed. And Porteous will go to 41, the total 244 for 6. And the end of the 80th over, so will the new ball now be taken? Brad Porteous is making his 4-day debut in this match, but he's been a very useful batsman for the Dolphins in white ball cricket. And he's a very, very good batsman to have coming in at number 8.
Yeah.
So the Dolphins certainly batting deep. And we now see Merrick Brett is coming into the attack. And umpire Achenbach holds up the second new ball.
And very strange that for the first time in the match, they've actually changed ends with Merrick Brett. Komani has been operating from this end. Merrick Brett has been coming down towards us. So definitely a change in strategy for the Titans here. Might feel that this end has got that little bit more bounce, a little bit something on offer.
And not overly attacking in terms of field setting by the Titans either. Much the same as they've been operating so far this morning. Just an extra slip, so 2 slips and a gully. But 2 men back on the leg side, and still that deep point in place. Here's Merrick Brett with the new ball.
And they do have a deep square 20 off as well. So there might be 1 or 2 just dug in a little bit shorter, back of a lane, just trying to get that ball to raise up, maybe enforce that top edge. But these two have not been happy hookers at all. They've left anything short very, very well. Van Staden was dropping the hands lovely yesterday. And anything outside the off stump, on that 4th, 5th stump line, very happy to leave, left very well.
There's Brett again to Van Staden on 49 not out. And there it is, his half century just pushed wide of mid-on. And Slade Van Staden, a very highly rated batsman down in KwaZulu-Natal. That's his 3rd first-class half century in just his 4th innings.
And his 2nd one in the match, following up that lovely 70, his career best 70 in that first innings, surpassing his 53 previous best. So a fantastic batter, and I think as a standing keeper as well, he's kind of cemented himself in this Dolphins lineup, at least for the next couple of games.
99 balls and 6 fours, and at the crease for nearly 2.5 hours. As Porteous defends very solidly. Yeah, Slade Van Staden, someone who's been in the SA Under 19 program. was rumored to be going overseas at one stage, but Hilton College boy decided to stick around, and good to see him getting opportunity at this level and certainly grabbing it with both hands. Three half centuries and 4 innings is really a superb start to his career.
As you said earlier, what a lovely situation to be in. This is your 7th wicket partnership with Porteous and van Staden at the crease. They will be troublesome for any bowling attack. They've shown they're very good against the pace. They're very good against medium. They're very good against spin. Technically very sound, these two. Very compact. Don't chase a lot of balls outside the off, but can play an expansive game as well. I think if they get the chance, they can get quite aggressive as well. The lead gone up to 130. A little bit of danger signs here for the Titans. Game just slipping away from them a little bit after they've had a stranglehold on the Dolphins.
In the block hole, bit of movement there into the right-hander with the new ball. Well dug out there by van Staden. And the Titans will want to strike soon with this second new ball. This is a really troublesome partnership now. 75 for the 7th wicket. And of course, the Dolphins having guys like Bryce Parsons and Jason Smith at 5 and 6, both of whom bowl, enables them to really have a specialist batsman like Porteous at number 8. Cracking drive, but Neil Brunt is very quickly across at middle for no run, and that's the end of the first over with the second new ball. Few alarms, if any, for the batsman. 246 for 6.
Still the very first over for Brett. We saw in every start of his spells, he just needs that one over just to get all the cylinders up and running. And he's been bowling with decent pace as well, but the control that he's shown over the last 2 innings has been brilliant. Also a young man, taken his first fiver for the Dolphins, bowled very well in that first innings. He's on 7 wickets for the game already.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him express pace, but yeah, he's brisk, certainly. But as you say, his strengths really are in his control, and gets a bit of shape on the ball as well. As Ayat Kamani, as Gert Maloney suggested, is going to get a go with the second new ball. He's just switching ends to the Henops River end, which the wind seems to be blowing kind of across the ground from where Kamani's bowling now. It will be from off stump across to the leg side. Kamani now to Brad Porteous on 42 not out. And that's nicely driven. I don't think it's going to go all the way to the boundary. The deep point will get across. It's a huge boundary on that offside.
It is a massive boundary. We saw a couple of threes in that area yesterday where they struggled to get 2s on the leg side, on the shorter boundary. So they're playing on almost the complete left-hand side of this massive square that they've got here at Supersport Park. And that is a boundary. You can see even the boundary riders, the whole game has been about 20 off that fence as well.
Positively Australian sized has Kamani in again. Nicely timed this time off the back foot by Slade van Staden, and that will go all the way to the boundary. That's his 7th 4, and he goes to 54 not out now, the lead 135. Nice shot, that.
Lovely shot, and both these players have shown anything back the length that they can rock back onto that back foot. Scored a lot of their runs as well to the 2 sweeper as well, dealing in singles. But the 250 comes up for the Dolphins as well, 251 for 6. Effectively, 135 the lead, so 135 for 6. And these two have put on 80-run partnership for the 7th wicket, a thorn in the Titans side.
That one's skidding through a bit low outside off stump though. No worries for the batsman. Yeah, at 171 for 6 and just leading by 55 runs. The Dolphins were in desperate trouble, and the Titans perhaps even thought, a 3-day finish. But certainly they would have been eyeing early this morning But Van Staden and Porteous have really batted quite superbly and have ensured that the Titans are going to have a fair amount of work to do to wrap up this game. Not much footwork there from Van Staden, but just released the hands and driven handsomely through the covers. Deep point will come across and keep it down to 2 runs.
Komane just being a bit fuller than he was in his first spell from that end. Maybe trying to entice that drive, but there's not a lot of movement on offer today. Not a lot of balls have swung, and with the overcast conditions, the moisture in the air, new ball taken, you would have expected it to bend a little bit more.
Absolutely. Perhaps it's just that they haven't quite hit the right lengths yet to allow the ball to move. But short from Komane and easily turned around the corner by Porteous for another single.
And Komane's follow through noticeable, very shorter than it was after he switched ends. Might be that he's just finding his rhythm, and it's very upsetting to a bowler every now and again if you switch ends once you've been bowling well, uphill or downhill. You like the one end. Brett has been taking all his wickets from the Henops River end as well. So interesting to see why that tactic has been chosen to change ends with these quick bowlers. Komane, as I can say, is definitely not running through. That might also influence the swing a little bit. Maybe not getting the wrist behind the ball as much as he wants to, and not flowing as much as he wants to through the action. So all that is little things that Brandt might want to have a look at. Maybe not carry on too long with them if they're not doing anything with the new ball. Maybe give it then to Bokak, who swung the old ball yesterday quite a bit, or maybe a Junior Dala. Get in, get the ball moving, because that's going to be key in this overcast conditions as well.
Has the wind switched at all today as compared to the other 3 days?
No, it's kind of been the same throughout. The breeze today is a lot cooler, obviously with the conditions as it was. It was more inviting with the very warm conditions that we've had. The players enjoyed the breeze. I think today they wish will stop a little bit.
Merrick Brett getting it right up there, giving the ball every opportunity to swing. Not much movement yet, though, as Gert Maloney has said.
And Merrick Brett was one of the bowlers who got the ball to straighten up and swing away from the right-handers beautifully and into the left-handers a lot in his previous spells, even with the older ball. So it's very strange to see him actually not moving the ball.
That's handsomely cut off the back foot, but straight to deep point for a single for Slade van Staden. He goes to 58. Maybe the lacquer just needs to come off the new ball a bit before it really starts going.
Partnership of 84, and these two batting brilliantly together. And as we saw yesterday afternoon as well, with all the pressure that was put on them, this morning the pressure would have been on as well. With the talks would have been the new ball, who's going to bowl it, who are we going to counter? And we asked the question yesterday, what pressure? It's like these two aren't feeling it at all.
Great to see 2 young men handling the big league so well. It's a bit of a waste of the new ball.
You want those players to play as much as you possibly can. 40 is on 43. You'll be happy to leave those outside off stump. And also the momentum multiplied Titans need to be very careful not to waste that new ball, not to put too much lacquer on it. You get too much scuffing on it. You want to protect that new ball a little bit as well. Keep it as hard as you possibly can. And we see that deep point is now moved into looks like a conventional point and not even a backward point position.
Big drive from Porteous, but wasn't particularly well timed, and straight to extra cover. So this 7th wicket partnership with 84, they've got a way to go before they approach the record for the Dolphins against the Titans, which is 146, I beg your pardon, between John Kent, the one-time Proteas all-rounder, and Kyle Abbott, the Proteas fast bowler, who could bat a bit. That was in Benoni in 2010-11.
There's the line that Brett has been hitting consistently, and with the little bit shape away, caused some trouble for the right-handers, and also from there moved it into the left-handers as well. See the rhythm just getting there a little bit, and also the plan is to go a little bit fuller, the two slips, the gully, and the normal point in position as well, moving him up from the fence, but keeping the square leg on the fence, or we say the fence about 20 off because of the size of that boundary, just keeping him off. So if he strays on the legs, hoping that he'll just clip it upwards.
And that's the end of Merrick Brett's second over with the new ball. 255 for 6 now. The Dolphins leading by 139. Van Staden has 58 and Porteous on 43.
Lead of 139. I say again, you can't help but think, sitting in the change room thinking, oh, what would be enough? But now the new ball not moving at all. There's no swing. Going a bit fuller, you can see the ball just dying down a little bit as well. The pitch hasn't livened up. It's not misbehaved at all today. We saw one or two balls misbehaving yesterday, but there's actually nothing in the new ball thus far. It might just completely change the conversation in that Hollywoodbets Dolphins change room. That we'll say, listen, oh, lovely on drive there by Van Staden.
Didn't make it to the boundary, which is a bit of a surprise through the vacant mid-on area. The Titans managing to chase that down through Junior Dala. He's always very quick across the turf.
I think that one just might have hit the splice a little bit. Just got big on him as he wanted to play the shots on the up. Might just be that, and as you said, there's not a lot of balls that misbehaved. The new ball is not, and the Hollywoodbet Dolphins might be thinking, what is the amount you mentioned earlier, 200? Is 200 the figure that's going to take it out of the reach of the Titans?
Oh, that's a thumping straight drive from Van Staden, and that will definitely scoot across the boundary. So he goes to 64 now, 261 for 6. Kamani just hasn't quite found a consistent length with this new ball. Look, I don't think 200 necessarily will be enough, but I think it would be an important mental milestone for the Dolphins. They'll feel that they're in with a chance. I think more importantly, they'll be looking to bat through to lunch. If they do that, then the lead will certainly be probably more than 200. And then it's just a case of how much of a carrot they can leave the Titans. And not that they'll declare or anything, but the Titans might have to do a bit of chasing in order to get the target in the afternoon. Mid-on now in place, so that's dot ball.
And although they haven't fired in this game, players like Brevis, players like Ferreira, they make it very difficult to set a target, because we all know how explosive those two players can be and how quickly they can score runs. And with that short boundary on offer, it might just be a question of, listen, let's make it 250. Let's just completely take the game away from where the Dolphins were to in the position they are now. It's been seesaw for them the whole match.
Inside edged onto the pad and then out to cover. Yeah, I don't think the Dolphins will be thinking of declaration at all, just because it's going to be so difficult. And as you mentioned, those very quick scorers in the Titans batting lineup. So they're just going to bat for as long as they can. They'll be delighted to get to lunch. And anything after that will be a bonus. Of course, Donovan Ferreira enjoying a very good season. Dewald Brevis also has made quite a few runs this season, so they're in nick. Dean Elgar's in tremendous form for the Titans. Bit of the outside half of the bat cover, diving, can't cut off the single. all just looks a little bit too comfortable against Kamani at the moment. I'd be tempted, I must say, to maybe give Junior Dala a go with that hard rock.
And also noticing that the chatter in the Titans field yesterday, they were up, the energy was up, the bowlers' tails were up. They were, even though they weren't taking wickets in the back end of the day, the chatter was up, the energy was up. They all look a bit lackluster this morning.
Off the pad and down at the leg side, it might run away to the boundary. There's a strong chase, just hauled in time.
Looks like it was Bukaku who ran that one in.
Cloudy Bukaka just cutting it off in time. So that ends the Kamani over. 265 for 6, the Dolphins.
You see, Brian, just having a little bit of a conversation there with Komani. Maybe just asking him, listen, you want to go back to your end? I must admit this was a strange decision for me, but I'm changing ends with these two strike bowlers. They've been operating well. But maybe also just trying to throw the batters off a little bit of their comfort zone as well. Not expecting the decision to change ends like Brandt has. It definitely has not paid dividends for Brandt at the moment. A lead of nearly 150, one away from 150.
Merrick Brett will continue from the West Lane in to Porteous. Nicely put away through mid-wicket for a single. And 150 now the lead. And that'll bring some smiles to the Dolphins change room. We heard them clapping quite loudly for the single.
And noticeably, even yesterday, the back end of that innings when these two got together, that last hour, they were applauding every run. You could hear that change room just appreciating the effort that's been put in. And they've not disappointed. It's been a new ball wicket thus far. It's been early wickets in the day for every day that we've started. These two have been kicked on a partnership of 95.
Yeah, umpire Achenbach rightly signalling a wide there. Brett trying out the bouncer, but it was a fairly wretched one, really far too short, far too wide.
There was one wide yesterday. Brett is the cause of both those wide. He had a ball slip out of his hand, which was given a wide to Sadal Arbia on the offside, which is very rare in 4-day cricket. But Munsami took that just in front of second slip. That one just slipped out a little bit. So both wides credited to Merrick Brett.
Oh, handsome drive by Slade van Sarden. Gee, that looked good. And a beautiful boundary for the young right-hander.
And also 100 partnership by these two batters. They know job only half done, but what a fantastic effort by these two. 100-run partnership. Great stuff by Porteous and van Staden. Porteous scoring 44 of those runs and van Staden scoring 51 with 5 extras. And that's come off only 173 balls. So they have played some shots.
Yeah, they've stayed positive, certainly, which has been important, not to get bogged down. Brett again with 2 slips and a gully. Firm push, nicely played by van Staden. So we have a 20-year-old in Slade van Staden at the crease and a 25-year-old in Brad Porteous. So 2 young guys, but really handling the situation with great skill and absolute aplomb.
I say again, they're both very similar in build, very similar in stature. The games are very similar as well. So what a lovely situation for the Dolphins to be in when they can be your 7th wicket.
Again, the beautiful drive. Neil Brunt's not going to stop that. Running to his left from mid-off, he had no chance. 4 more for Slade van Staden.
And you can just hear the applause and the screams from the dressing room of the Dolphins. They appreciated that. That was one of the loveliest drives we've seen all match. And partnership gone to 104 and a career best for Slade van Staden. He's moved to 73 in the same match. Fantastic batting. A young man with a huge future ahead of him.
Yeah, and he didn't overplay that drive. It was just a lovely firm punch under the eyes, very controlled.
Technically correct.
Better length there from Merrick Beck, just dragging it back a bit.
And although Van Staden has played 2 drives there, you could see that Merrick Beck is not getting the ball to move away and troubling them as much as they did from the other end. There's no movement at the moment where you can say there's a little bit of shape in the air or even nip of that new seam as well. That's another thing that we saw in the previous days where the new ball and even the little bit of an older ball, about 20 overs old, still had that nip of the seam. And they've not been hitting the seam either.
Oh, that came off the toe end of the bat, the attempted hook shot, and it just dribbles away a square on the offside. No one anywhere near that to catch it, but the bouncer from Brett drawing the false stroke.
Much better directed bouncer than his first attempt. And it could be that Van Staden maybe just a little lapse in concentration, getting too comfortable at the crease. Saw that one, saw the huge amounts of grass in front of square, because he didn't try and swivel around that one. He tried to hit it in front of square and just getting the toe end, getting the cue end. Then the ball just popped up into no man's land, luckily for the Dolphins, and heartbreak for the Titans.
So, Slade van Staden and Brad Porteous, the 2 youngsters from 2 of the better-known private schools in KwaZulu-Natal. Van Staden from Hilton College and Porteous from Kearsney. They've added 105 now for the 7th wicket, and it might not save the match yet for the Dolphins, but it has undoubtedly prolonged it, as Junior Dala is returning from the Henops River end. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 52, and he'll be bowling to Slade van Staden on 74.
And Brandt might have an earpiece in there. Ken, you called for it and he decided, let's do it. We saw him and Kwamane actually have a bit of a conversation after Kwamane's last over. It could be that he might not be as comfortable from that end as he was from the other end. So it is definitely Junior Dala. He's been operating from the Henops River end the entire match. He's been bowling well there. And a little contest between him and Slade van Staden also created in that first innings already.
Oh, nicely back cut by Van Staden. It's timed beautifully, and very good work though by Sibonela Makanya, running from deep point towards the 3rd man boundary. Keeps it down to just a single, in fact. So Van Staden goes to 75. Yeah, it surprises me, Junior Dala, given his experience, his pace. He doesn't take the new ball that often, actually. I'm not sure if it's that he doesn't feel he can control it as well as the older ball, but he's got quite a new cherry now as he comes in. That's bang on target from the Protea.
And there's been a couple of examples of that as in past history as well. I remember Alan Donald also preferring bowling first change with the white ball. Also felt that he couldn't control it as much as he did even if it's just a couple of overs old, just getting it to swing a little bit less and that sort of thing. And Junior Dala might be in that same boat, but with his wealth of experience, it just gives you the opportunity to have 2 exciting bowlers up front attacking.
That's a fraction too short from Dala, and not the best time cut. It'll just be a single to Porteous.
And having Brett and Kwamane coming in and just attack as much as they have. And then Makanya has also bowled pretty decently in this match as well. Just with his medium paces, he's got it to snip from the seam a little bit as well. And he's the one who got Sarel Erwia on 60.
Yeah, there is that little covering of green grass on this pitch that Makes one wonder how Bacania could be effective. He doesn't bowl very often at all. Thinking of a quick single that very quickly across in the covers there, Matthew Kleinfeld.
Matthew Kleinfeld's been used in that cover region. You'll see that he's been asked to walk in quite quickly as well. He ends up pretty close to the batters. And then he was also operating underneath the helmet, being the youngster or the debutant in the game. Being a fast bowler, we were lucky enough never to have that given to us. We would normally operate it from fine leg to fine leg.
Ooh. Inside edge. Deep square eagle field, just a single.
280 for the loss of 6 wickets. The partnership has gone to 109 and the lead 164 and 86 overs gone. It's a brilliant, brilliant partnership between Porteous and Van Staden. It'll be interesting to see what Brandt does here. It looks like he's definitely made a double change with Bukaku coming in with Junior Dala, Brett and Klamani changing ends and not looking as comfortable as they were in the start of the matchup. And he's also changing commentary. Sean Myers, welcome.
Oh, thank you. It's good to be here. It's not the sunny day the sunny days we've had here at Supersport Park, but cricket does go on. Just a little bit of clouds. It's cool breeze happening. I can guarantee you the cricketers the guys on the field are quite happy with the cool day today.
I don't think they'll always be happy. It might be just a bit too cool for them today. You know what a cricketer is like. It mustn't be too hot. It mustn't be too cold. It must just be lekker. So they must just enjoy the day. The breeze is a bit chilly. Bukaku coming in. He's bowling at a Porteous who's been batting brilliantly. He's on 45. Just trying to force that one off the back foot a little bit.
Yeah, I think Porteous wants to play his shots. He's feeling good. I'm 45 so far. You see some big drives happening earlier today. So good start for him, just continuing where he left off, but also just being very mindful. This is a new ball, and this is the time to get on top of the bowlers when they aren't. I would say they haven't found their rhythm yet. They haven't found the right lines and the right lengths at the same time.
And the ball also not moving as much as we expected it would. Tucked off the hip there to fine leg. Pushing hard for a second. Brilliant running.
Brilliant running. Good one from Junior Dala out there. But also with the lack of movement just works for the Dolphins. These two young guys who, I'd say, are just making this look so simple.
Yes, we said yesterday, what pressure. And they have not felt it. And also, I mentioned it with Ken as well. There is just a little bit of low energy in this Titans fielding today. Yesterday they were up, they were chatting. Ferreira there in the slips with Dean Elgar was clapping on the bowlers. There's just been no encouragement for them thus far.
I think it's a little bit twofold. The weather does obviously play a part, but also it's overnight. There is some fatigue. That's a definite factor in this format of the match. There is fatigue, but also these two have been, I would say, almost just continued where they left off. They didn't need to get too many sighters to get their innings going again. So sometimes, just that's all it takes to get on top of the fielding team.
Do you think that it might have been a question of the Titans felt as soon as the new ball's there, it's going to be easier for them, and they just got caught on the back foot a little bit, maybe too relaxed?
Sometimes that does happen. Sometimes, but also we have seen where the Titans, especially in their first innings when they were bowling to the Dolphins and to this pair in particular, when the new ball came, it took them a while just to readjust their lines and length to get that new ball line and length. But once they got it, they were on top again. So it's just a matter of time.
and they feel there's only one wicket. They need a breakthrough here. They need a hole to bowl at, an end to bowl at. They'll be happy to give the single then as well to bowl to the incoming batters, being more of a lower order batters. But this is a brilliant problem to have for the Dolphins, with these two being your 7th wicket. And for the second time in this match, being the thorn in the side of the Titans. Lukaku go bowling at Parsons, at Porteous, and a lovely fall there. And that is brought up his 5th first-class 50 for Bradley Porteous, 51. And these two have been batted brilliantly. It's his second 50 in this match as well.
Yes, he has shown that. I would say he's shown that he deserves to be in this Dolphins lineup, in the starting 11, that he can contribute in every innings of the match. So well done to the young man, and I hope he does kick on, because it will, especially with that lead increasing now. It's at 170. If it goes over 150 by the time they get to lunch, get to 200 over. Yeah, if they get to about 250, this will become a very different match.
Worked off the legs again. Junior Dollar just straying a bit too straight there. And Van Staden happy to get the 1. And he's also surpassing his previous best in the first innings. Previous best was 53. First innings scoring 70. Now he's on 78. Porteous scoring his second 50, following up that 57 that he made in the first innings, and shown that these two together can bat for a long time. Lead of 171, partnership of 116. Dolphins in all sorts of trouble when these two got together, and this could just be the partnership that saves the match for them. Ooh. Lovely ball there by Junior Dala, kicking on. That's that extra bounce that we were talking about earlier. And Porteous dismissed by an absolute jaffa by Junior Dala.
He will be disappointed with himself. Just got to 50, and steep bounce. Obviously, it is a new ball, and Dala just using it to his advantage. That is 50 off 101, 51 off 101 for Bradley Porteous. Batted well, will be disappointed to get to the milestone and to give his wicket away. But in all fairness, that was a really good ball from Junior Dala.
Absolute jaffa. That ball just kicked off a length, and it's the first one that we've seen that actually misbehaved a bit today, that actually got that extra bounce and extra carry from that 8-meter mark, as we saw yesterday. And this is now the end or the result that the Titans were looking for. They now got an end to bowl at.
And they will want Simelane to be on strike as long as possible. Andile Simelane, his 3rd match, he's got 3 matches to his name, 4th innings, and only 28 runs.
High of 14, which at the moment the Dolphins will take. They wouldn't mind if he can beat his previous best as well. Only an average of 9, very still young in his career, batting ahead of Bartman and Kele. So maybe they feel that he's got something with the bat as well. He showed in the first innings his defense wasn't bad, but the Titans will be very happy.
The Titans will know that they can keep this lead to under 200 if they bowl at one end. Try and ensure that Slade Van Staden gets as little strike as possible. But Simelane is no mug. We have seen this Dolphins lineup. Just stay in a little bit longer, that tail wagging a little bit. Yes. So
every run will be important here for the Hollywoodbet Dolphins. Get close to that 200 as possible, just that psychological 200. Lead is 171 now, and Simelane will be facing up to a fired up Junior Dala. There's been call for him to take the nut while it's still hard and new, and he was the first one to actually extract something with that new ball.
Yes, he is. And in all fairness, we do say there was some some assistance from the pitch, but he is a strong man. He does bowl a hard ball, and he would have wanted to just, put Bradley Porteous on the back foot and say, look, I am here. This is a new ball, and it worked. It worked for the Titans, and they've got the man that they need.
That's the breakthrough that they were looking for after a partnership of 116. Fantastic batting by the two. Dynamics have have changed a little bit now and have gone into the favor of the momentum multiply Titans. And this is now where the maths will come in as well, where we said earlier, will the Dolphins think of maybe a declaration, which we don't think that it will come. They want to bat as long as they possibly can. But what number will the Titans be looking at to say, listen, we can chase this down in the remaining overs of the day? Junior Dala to Similani.
I think anything. I think almost they will back themselves to chase anything if they can get into bat. I'd say even just a little bit before lunch or at lunch, they'll back themselves to chase anything.
I think anything under 200
yeah,
will be the target for them.
And I know the Dolphins will be looking at least. We'll be looking at least. Okay, let's get to the 200 mark and let's go beyond it. But I think 200, even 250, they could back themselves up to get.
Oh, it's another peach of a delivery. Junior Dala making life a bit difficult for the batters. Now, again, just that back for length, that little bit of extra bounce, and this is good news for the momentum multiply Titans because Junior Dala's tails up. He's bowling well. They got a hole to bowl at now with the partnership being broken. Porteous being dismissed for 51. Similani at the crease now. They'll be telling him that his average is not in the double figures yet. There'll definitely be some chatter in his ear. Positive stroke.
The average might not be in the double figures, but he did get double figures yesterday.
Yes.
So that will play. That would play in his mind. Sorry, in the first innings. So that would play on his mind to say, he can do it. He can add, an extra 10, 20 runs to this total and to this lead, which will be very welcome runs for the Dolphins.
And for him, it'll just be to stick around with Slade van Staden, who's been batting exceptionally well. Oh, hitting Similani, taking his eyes off the ball there and completely turning away. And Junior Dala very happy just to let him wear one on the body. And that's going to leave a mark.
I think Similani also realized that, he won't be able to get out the way quickly enough. So drop the hands, wear one. If anything, I like the reaction from him. Oh, just kind of doesn't affect me.
No, is that all you have? Sort of action. And leader's gone 171. It's 287 for the loss of 7. And Slade van Staden still there on 78. He's going to be facing up to Bukaku, who's been a bit of a star here for the Titans. He's been bowling very, very well. Basically, the 16th over, 2 for 57. And he was the one that actually was moving the ball a little bit.
Bukaku has been an asset to the Titans bowling attack.
First ball up, cuts away. That deep point comes into play again, and both sides have been using that deep point pretty well. And a few runs leaking there, but they're just protecting that boundary a little bit, allowing the bowlers to hit that back of the length of that inconsistent bounce.
No, and also here at Supersport Park, in the high foul, the ball comes to the batter, so you want to bowl that back of a length, and as a batter, that is the easier shot. That is where you can get your boundaries, and left or right of the point fielder, and that would go for 4 if they were in the ring.
Similani getting off the mark, direct hit and problems. Oh, a little bit of hesitation from Similani after he called that run, and a direct hit by Makanya could have caused big trouble for the Dolphins there, but Similani off the mark with a streaky single.
Someone call it streaky, some will say, oh, well, great call from Slade van Staden. Great call. But Also, if this is the plan, Slade van Staden knows that he has to stay on strike, get the team over that 200-run lead, give the bowler something to bowl at.
Almost timing that one, hitting it hard into the deck. And he's been loving that back foot punch. And now that they've moved that point onto the boundary, he's eyeing up this extra cover region quite a lot. And the ball's actually not moving. The new ball, we expected to have a lot more lateral movement, and it just is not moving. Even Bukaku, who's been swinging it quite a bit, is not getting it to move. And it's only Junior Dala really troubling the batters with this new ball.
I think that's where you see the experience of Junior Dana. He realizing, okay, there isn't much movement on offer, so he's going to bend his back. He's going to use all the skills that he has managed to procure in his long, illustrious career, and just, okay, right, he's going to change his length, going to bend his back, force the batters to not only think about the swing but also the bounce, utilize and use the conditions that are available to him.
Slade van Staden punching that past mid-on. Lovely shot. Another 4 to him. He has moved on to 83, and he's eyeing up that first set ton.
He is, and what a way to get it. Your team on the back foot for majority of this match, and you come out and I would say put them in a position that they could potentially either save this match, or you never know, one or two early wickets could put them in a good state for a win.
Get one or two of the older statesmen out, maybe get a Dean Elgar quickly. Make sure that a Brevis and a Ferreira and a Kleinfeld does not get going. Puts a lot of pressure on Makanya and also Munsami, who's also Centurion the last innings, but puts pressure on them now to also perform like these two, Porteous and Van Staden, has just before Porteous was dismissed. Can they do it twice again? And we see the umpire with the light meter out, just checking the light.
Just making sure, but it doesn't seem to be too many issues out there in the middle. But yes, can they do it? And can they do it with scoreboard pressure? That'll be the key.
Junior Dala coming into Similani. Oh, squaring him up. That one. There's the movement we were waiting for with the new ball. And Munsami nearly went the wrong way, and then all of a sudden just started putting on a flicker and going the other way, like Joburg traffic.
Yes, Munsami light on his feet, adjusting to that one.
Oh, lovely delivery. Junior Dala running in hard and using those big shoulders to really hit the deck. Similani in here for a fight. Oh. Straight at the fielder, going for the single again, and Similani very happy to get off strike at the moment. He hit that one pretty well straight to mid-on and just set off.
And almost knew as soon as he hit it knew he could take on that mid-on fielder, but also knew if he doesn't hesitate, he'll get there, and he got there very safely.
I think that decision was made when he hit it. I'm going to run. And compliments to Slade van Staden, also trusting the call. He just set off as well. Oh, swiveled around the corner. That was a good bumper by Junior Dala.
Junior Dala giving these batters all sorts of problems with that short ball.
This takes me back to the first innings when he bowled that first couple of overs when he started as well. Also creating chances, creating those problems for the batters, made life very difficult. And this is now the Junior Dala that we want to see. The aggressive fast bowler in your face, using those big shoulders, get into his work, and definitely causing some problems for a set batter in Slade van Staden. That was a good bumper.
Yeah, and eventually well played by Slade van Staden. He could have been in all sorts of problems, just manages to keep control of the shot. I would say, guided
Hmm?
to an area that was safe for him, not in complete control of the shot, but managed it well.
Oh, another one that was hit. Not completely sure what Similani was thinking. Maybe thinking about a single again. And that one kept a little bit low, but it wasn't that short either. I think it would be do better just to sway out of the way instead of trying to duck it. That wasn't that short.
Not at all. Similani, I think, assumed the short one was coming and kind of tried to get into position very quickly, and Junior Dala getting the better of him in that one.
Much better. Standing still this time around.
Most importantly, watching the ball.
Yes, I think he's going to have one or two marks going back to Natal. You can see him just shaking off that arm because the second hit he's got on that arm. Hopefully not in the same spot.
And I think we would know if it was. We would know. Junior Dala doesn't exactly bowl at I'd say a snail's pace or anything. So
And he does bowl a heavy ball.
yeah. And you see the field spreading. They want Simelane to take the single. So just giving him the option.
Deep point going out. Fine leg, square leg. And bringing in this short mid wicket, the ploy they used against Ackerman very well. Oh, him just fending away on that ball. Junior Dala bowling very, very well, hitting that back of a length. So Milani definitely rattled by that shot that he received and misreading the short ball. And I think Slade van Staden will do well just to keep him calm, asking, just stick with me. Wear one or two, it's fine, but just stick with me. We got a lead of 179. We still got about another, let's say, hour and a half to go before lunch. So let's get to lunch. Whatever the lead is, we don't mind. Let's get to lunch together. That would be the conversation between the two.
Also, it would be, let's try and get that single earlier. I think Simelani would be saying, no, you need to face Junior Dala because that is the wicket that they want. Slade van Staden very reluctant to take that single. He wants the striker wants to face as much of it as possible, but you can see a little bit of disappointment. Wants to protect Simelani, but also I think realizes that he needs to bat deep.
And get that scoreboard ticking still. The one's very important, and also show some trust into Similani. That might just also lift the spirits of Similani a little bit. Oh, lovely shot, Similani. And I was just talking about the positive nature, but trust can bring you. That is a lovely shot for 4.
A fantastic shot. Made it look simple. Just stands over the covers. And what a way to get your first boundary.
And you could hear the applause from the cloaks. They loved that shot.
Not a bad way to say, it's okay, I have it. And that brings up the Dolphins 300 on the board. It's come after 90 overs for the loss of 7 wickets.
Oh, and after the boundary, the positivity that comes from one shot just shows you the one shot out of the middle can actually bring a lovely movement into the ball there. And he looks solid behind that ball from Bukako. The lead is now 184.
He looks solid, and as I said, there's no lower order batter that doesn't back himself to score some big runs.
Score 100 on the last day of any match. Oh, another drive, a little bit uppish, outside part of the bat, but another boundary for Similani, just taking the attack to Bukako at the moment.
Yes, and that brings up his double figures, right? Already above his average, so he'll be happy. Right, the second time he is adding, say, valuable runs at the back. It might just be 10, but it's 10 more to the Dolphins total, which will be very welcome. And another boundary, looking to play his shots. And for the Titans, they'll look at this. Okay, it's not ideal, but you want Simelane to be playing shots. You want him to want to hit the ball.
What would the reply be by Bukaku? Oh no, the lovely looking drive. Similane. Take a bow, young man. That's 14 runs. It's a hat-trick of boundaries in this over. And one streaky one, but two lovely shots.
A fantastic cover drive. That is textbook. Just balanced, just leant into the ball, just used Bukaku's pace just to get the ball there. And he targeted the short boundary, so he knows, gets past that inner ring, and on the Supersport Park outfield, he knows it's going to be 4 any day.
And maybe just have a look up at the scoreboard and asking Van Sleep van Staden, what was the top order's problem? Easy deck to bat on. Lovely cover drive. Oh, this one kept a little bit low, bouncing before Munsami as well. And a very successful over for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, as Similane moving on to a very well-deserved 14 partnership of 21 for the 8th wicket already, and 3 boundaries in that over.
The Dolphins will not be complaining, and let's say bowlers are allowed to bowl a good ball. That was a good way for Bukaku to end his over, right? Just bringing it back. So okay, 3 boundaries, bring it back to basics, and that is what was needed. And now you have the danger man, Slade van Staden, back on strike. He now knows that he needs to face out Junior Dala in the spell, and he can see that Bukaku can face. He knows Similane can play out Bukaku, so he knows that in this over he has to face majority of the deliveries.
Oh, lovely swivel shot there. Did he pick the gap to perfection? Very well played by Slade van Staden. Just got inside the ball and just worked it around behind off square between fine leg and a deep square that is set out there as a bit of a trap for him by Junior Dala. Lovely shot.
But so well played. A lovely shot and so well played. In control, knows where the fielders are, and you would believe so. You're on 85 before that last boundary. You will know where your fielders are and how to navigate your innings now.
And he's manipulating the ball through mid-wicket now. Turning for the second.
This is turning into a very successful session for the Dolphins, despite losing the wicket of Bradley Porteous.
And you can see in the first ball that he took the single from Bukaku. He was a bit disappointed, wanted more of the strike. And then Similane has just settled him down as well, as we see now a change in the field for Slade van Staden. One slip coming out. They still got the one slip in the gully, but they're now protecting that mid-wicket a little bit more. Maybe still going with the plan, nice, full and straight. Maybe just hitting a little bit of a back of a length to him. Wanting him to rock up and definitely get him off strike. Because Junior Dala wants to bowl at Similane because he kind of has had his number at the moment.
Similane doesn't look too comfortable, especially with that hard length and that hard ball that Junior Dala is bowling. And I do like the mid wicket there for Slade van Staden. He's showing that he's not backing away from the short ball. And I have a feeling that slower ball bouncer will come to Slade van Staden, and if he plays it early, that puts Dean Elgar at mid-wicket in the running for a catch.
Yes, and we see another change in the field for Similane. We got that short square leg right around the corner in for him. A much better duck under the ball than he had the previous time around. Read the bounce better there, but I don't think there's any question on how they'll attack Similane. He's shown that he's not comfortable against that back of a length, against the shorter ball. He's ducked into one that wasn't that short. He got hit by Junior Dala twice already, and I think that's why that short square leg is right there. That silly square leg. Under the helmet, of course, is Kleinveld.
Similane will know that just be calm, one ball at a time. That's all he'll need.
And he'll need to face one more ball from Junior Dala, and Slade van Staden will also tell him one ball One ball left.
That's all it takes, just one ball.
One ball.
Literally just survive. Just survive. Just, nothing, no need for anything too risky. Just survive.
If you need to be hit again, take the hit. Oh, very well played this time by Similani. Dropped the hand, swayed away, and Slade van Staden will keep strike for the next over. Be interesting to see if they have Bukaku coming in again, or maybe change up with Makanya a little bit as well. Giving him an over or two. He was the one who dismissed Sadal Erbia that was set on 60 as well.
Sadal Erbia, very disappointed with that decision. He can be upset with himself, but that was, sometimes that's what you need as a fielding team. Go to your other bowlers, right? Your all-rounders, your part-timers, as they would say. But not a bad option. Don't give Erbia time to move around in the crease. You had Moonsami standing up, so that meant that he didn't have too many options. He misses Makanya hits, and that's exactly what happened.
Yes, Bukaku continuing the 16th over. Oh, just keeping him honest. Dean Elgar, great fielding there, and also very awake to the backing up of Similani. Just keeping him honest.
You have to. As a batter, I know you will. I think you've been in that position where you want to gain some ground. Maybe not when the bowler's running out, but certainly after the ball has left the hand.
Yes. And also with the way he batted against Bukaku, he'll be desperate to get to the other end. He'll be actually asking Slade van Staden to take a single. He wants more of Bukaku, taking for a hat-trick of boundaries in the previous over that he faced.
And also after his next run, will be his highest score in this format. So he'll be itching. He'll know, okay, I can score runs here. Give me a chance.
Van Staden in that nervous 90s is on 92. That was a way over the head. Called a wide there by the umpires.
And rightfully so. That was well over Van Staden's head. He's not the tallest batter out there, so you have to be careful. You want to build a short one. It has to be very well directed, and Van Staden knowing how to manage that short ball.
And also the one thing to remember, once you're a bit shorter batter, you kind of get used to the short ball being bowled at you, because the little bit more back of a length will go past your head. So you learn to pull and leave very early in your career. That one was slapped in front of square.
Van Staden, that was definitely not the most convincing shot. But what I do like is that he's very aware of where the field is. So he knows if he gets some bat on it, and in the area that he's trying to go for, it's in front of square. It's just a vacant space. So even if it is in the end, there's no risk.
And it's a huge space out there as well. It's very hard to cover that big area as well. So you got to be pinpoint if you're going to be bowling that delivery. Bukaku coming in at Similani. Great contest at the moment. Oh, play a miss and a no ball called again. Bukaku has been the guilty party of a few of these now already. Bowling another no ball. It's not what the Titans want.
This is a massive disappointment. Bukaku will have to re-look at his run-up, his rhythm, especially when he's bowling that effort ball, where he's trying a little bit too hard. He's bowled over 10 just in this innings. This will be a concern for the Titans.
Oh, flicked off the pad, Similani. What a shot. Another 4. The surprise package at the moment.
That is what you want from your lower order batter. They're going to bowl at you, and he's equal to the task, saying, well, it's in my zone. I'm going to go for it. There is nobody out there, so it's a very low-risk shot. And Similani just keeping his eye on the ball, keeping balanced, making sure, also just utilizing the pace of Bukaku. and keeping him under pressure. Now, the question is, Bukako has 2 balls left in his over. How will he come back?
And that's going to be the important thing. As we can see, Brett just stretching up a little bit. He might be replacing Bukako very shortly. After the wide, then the no ball, and now the boundary ball as well. And Simelane has taken a liking to him. He's loving facing it up. The leader's gone to 206, 322 for the loss of 7. Simelane moving on to a career best of 18 runs, and Van Staden on a career best of 93, trying to kick on to get that first ton.
If he continues like this, he will get that ton and continue. He will continue, especially if Simelane continues batting like this, continues just backing up Slade van Staden. And Slade van Staden is able to say, if you can score runs, there's a lot less pressure on me. So he's able to assess the situation, not go searching for any runs.
What's nice is it takes the attention off Slade van Staden a little bit. Oh, this one popped up in the air. Bukako coming back with the revenge ball. That one just getting big on Simelane there off the splice of the bat, and just popped up to Neil Brandt there.
Yes, Simelane just pushing at that one. He will be disappointed. That one not, I'd say, wasn't as quick. Simelane just going through his shot too early. He will be disappointed given how good he was looking, wanting to score runs, very positive in his approach to his innings and his partnership with Slade van Staden. That is, he goes out for 18 runs after facing 21 balls.
And 2 of those balls he didn't score from. He received on the arm with the compliments of Junior Dala. But he did look very, very well. I could see him just walking off slowly, very disappointed at himself that he's given away a soft wicket there for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. And Slade van Staden will hopefully not run out of partners before he gets to that milestone. 8 wickets down. You can hear the applause for Simelane there. They enjoyed that innings. Bartman coming in, batting for his 44th time. Also not boasting with the best average on just 5.1. But for now, it'll be Slade van Staden asking them, please stick with me. I need 7 more for his milestone. They've surpassed that 200 mark where they wanted to be when it comes to the lead. But also lunch is still a couple of minutes away. So stick with us till lunch, and then we assess from there.
And that's exactly what Slade will be saying. It's 1 more ball. O'Neill's stay in 1 more ball. That's all. That is what the conversation will be. And Bukako will be saying, well, let's make sure this guy doesn't score a ton against us.
And I've got 1 more ball. Let's give him the 1. Very well dealt with by Bartman. That's the end of the over. Successful over for Bukako. Not the best over. It wasn't a wicket-taking ball by any stretch of the imagination, but Simelane did push very hard at it, played way too early. Made a decision, I think, to defend even before the ball was bowled, that he's going to stick around for the next 2 balls. And Simelane went for 18. Bukako picking up his 2nd wicket in his 16th over, but he's gone for 72 already. And as you mentioned earlier, him alone has bowled 10 front foot no balls. He's bowled the wide, and Junior Dala has been the pick of the bowlers this morning.
Yes, and as you can see with the field, the Titans are saying to Slade van Staden, if you want to score runs, the max you're getting is a single.
Oh, and he's given his wicket away. That is disappointing. Slade van Staden batting so well. That mid-wicket just moved back to about 5 meters from the circle. And Junior Dala dropping it in short. A bit of a nothing ball with a nothing shot. Slade van Staden, well batted young man, out for 93 of just 136 balls.
He will be extremely disappointed with himself. The shot was on. And you could almost say if he had hit that a lot better, that was going all the way for a 6, but just kind of held back. So he will be very disappointed with himself.
And it's almost one of those where he's been so careful his whole innings. That was the ball he could actually go up and over for, actually try and clear that short boundary. And an applause from his locker room. Was a fantastic innings. Him and Porteous actually brought them back into the game. A 93 heartbreak for the young man, not scoring his first ton.
Heartbreak, all the same. He deserves that. Young man should take a bow. He had a fantastic match. And the new batter, Oruhle Tlele, 117 runs to his name. It's his 45th innings. Also doesn't boast the biggest average, but he isn't there for his skills with the bat. Right? He will be looking to stay out here. If he's going to do anything right now, it's to give the Titans lineup a hard time with the bat and staying there for as long as possible. Keep them working, keep them grafting, and give the Dolphins, I would say, as little time as possible, just to just slow it up, just keep them out, keep the bowlers out there for as long as possible.
And nice to see them giving their old teammate a bit of the old 1-4. Brevers gave him a bit of a chat. Munsame also walked up to him as well. And at the moment, they would love to get that higher score of his going. They would love to see. Lele, I think that was just good morning, mates. Hope you're doing well.
Gone are the days where you don't bowl a short ball to your fellow fast bowler. Gone are those days.
Absolutely.
And I think Junior Dala is backing his top order to say, I'm not batting today.
Yes, I want to get my feet up. Lead of 206 is the match is poised very nicely for a result either way. Quick wickets, early wickets for the Dolphins. We could see the Titans actually trying to save the match if that happens. Now in a situation where the Titans feel with our batting lineup, with the aggressive batters we have in our lineup, that 200 might not be enough. So with this innings poised the way it is, and with the match poised the way it is, there is almost a result looming. Doesn't matter how you look at it.
The result will happen unless the Dolphins lineup run through the Titans batting lineup, which you never know. In these conditions, you got the Dolphins bowlers, I would say, are relatively fresh. For most of the day, have had their feet up until, let's say, this moment. So they'll be saying to themselves, well, there's still some life in this pitch. The conditions should aid swing first up, even though we haven't seen too much this morning.
Junior Dala into Tele. Oh, big appeal. Did that one just slide down leg? Also, height might have been an issue there as well. Not a convincing appeal.
Not a convincing appeal. Usually, if they are convinced about the appeal, they're almost half celebrating. And also probably just asking the question, say, look, take your chances. You never know what will happen. But
and Bartman, being the senior partner now, would have told Pele, one more ball, I got the other end. Oh, very well played by Pele.
Oh, and well adjusted, knowing where his fielders are, just managed that over really well. And that's the end of the 94th over, 322 for 9.
It's a lead of 206, and I always love to know what the conversation is with the last wicket partnership. Not one of them has really faced a lot of balls. Bartman facing 1, Pele now facing 4 from Junior Dala. What would that conversation be?
Well, this is going to be interesting. That's the first thing they'd say to each other. And the next thing would be, we are staying out here for as long as possible. We're going to keep pushing. And we'll probably work in runs, in group. Let's go for the next 5 to 10 runs. We're going to leave well. If it's not there, we don't go after it because that's exactly what the bowlers want. Once you're playing anything outside off, just enticing you to chase after one. So if it's not at you, don't play, and go in fives and tens. Right, we defend well. If the runs are on, we go for it. If it's not, defend or leave.
Bukako coming in to Bartman. Just the outside half of the bat, and you would believe that the slip quarter would ask them not to break too many windows, please. Don't hit the ball too hard. Don't hit anyone in the stands. Just asking them, pointing out the short boundary to them a little bit. The Titans now already searching for that one wicket.
And a search they will. They will say to themselves they can get this wicket well before lunch.
It's also a tricky period now for the Titans because if they pick up the wicket now, they'll have to come out and bat for a short period just before lunch. And sometimes that also entices a wicket or two. That could also break your concentration when you maybe started well. Then all of a sudden lunch is, then you got to come back out again. We also don't know what the weather is going to look like. It's definitely lightened up a lot. Oh, another outside half of the bat, just squeezing it down to a point.
And they'll keep saying to themselves, right, if we're going to stay here, let's stay here for as long as possible. Right? That is what Bartman and Leader will be saying to each other, but also they know that if they lose a wicket, they're going to be up into the change room as quickly as possible because, as you mentioned, and rightfully mentioned, a quick wicket before lunch could be the difference for the Dolphins.
Very well left.
And just managing the situation well, managing Bukaku's spell, especially now, right? There's no need to push at anything. We do know that Simelane did, I would say, have the upper hand before Bukaku came, and Simelane just giving his wicket away. It was a very soft dismissal. So they'll Bartman and Tele will know that this is, if they're going to score runs, it will be off Bukaku.
Yes, because Junior Dala has proved to be a handful. Another over survived there by Bartman and made an over. To be expected. They won't be going after the bowling that well. And also the communication between two fast bowlers, not always the best when it comes to quick singles. I don't think they'll be dropping and going.
No, especially these two who have to come back and potentially open the bowling. So there won't be any quick singles.
Opened the bowling in the first innings and did very, very well. They got Brunt out after he survived about 20 deliveries. They got Brunt out without troubling the scorers. And then Kleinfeld and Elgar put a little bit of partnership together against them. There's that back of a length that Junior Dala's just been operating with. They got that two slips and a gully. The only fielder they've got out on the fence is the fine leg. It's Bukako just having a bit of a rest there. And that might just be for that misdirected one going down fine leg. But can't help but feel this is going to be a bit of a setup. Maybe one or two short. And then I think Junior Dala's got a very good Yorker. He might try and hit the base of that off stump.
Just keeping the wickets in play. Making sure that Tlele does not camp on the back foot. Making sure, look, are you going to come forward? Are you balanced? Don't assume where the ball is going to go. Not a bad option here from Junior Dala. Has so many options that are available to him in terms of how he's, I would say, how he'll construct his over and try and get the wicket, this last wicket.
We'll give that to him. Very well left. Munsami looks in a bit of discomfort. That might have just died on me a little bit and just hit him on the edge of those digits. Shaking that right hand.
Munsami has been really good in the second innings, not letting anything pass. Great movement of his feet, just making things look so easy. But especially given the variable bounce of this pitch, he's just making it look so simple behind the stumps.
Oh, there's the first flash. And clearly just showing that ball came up a little bit more than I expected. And yes, Munsami has been doing a great job behind the stumps. He did receive one on the knee yesterday as well with that invariable bounce. Now one on the finger, so he's got some war wounds after this match. 206 is the lead, 322 for 9. They're operating in the 96th over in the second innings of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Well left in the end there. Very well left. Thought about playing it, and at the last moment just pulled out. But yes, Munsami will be, say, very happy with his performance. The first innings just dropped a couple. In the first innings, the Dolphins' first innings, then to score that ton, right, and to strike at a 76 was very impressive. So he's still riding that high and probably saying he might not get a chance, but if he does, he wants to be there when the last run is scored.
Oh, there we go. Junior Dollar cleaning up clearly with a lovely ball just jerking back into the right-hander and hitting that top of leg and middle. Fantastic bowling. Junior Dollar has really worked up a great spell here for the Titans and finishing up the Dolphins.
Yes, a Junior Dollar, 4 wickets to his name, 19 over 66 runs. He has been the pick of the Titans' bowling attack. He has been impressive. He's managed to bowl different stages and phases of the game, has managed pressure, and has just shown right. He is your go-to man, Mr. Reliable in this Titans bowling attack, and especially in this match against the Dolphins.
Especially when the bowlers that's been taking wickets, like Brett, hasn't looked that good this morning. Kwamani also changing ends with Brett, hasn't looked that convincing. Definitely not the same bowlers we saw in that first innings and that we saw in the late parts of yesterday as well. He's raised his hand and said, "Give me the ball," and he's finished up with a brilliant spell of a forfer for the Statesman.
Yes, and the Titans will be very happy to go in. We'll probably bat maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, and we'll be raring to get a result today. But that is your innings break. We will be back with you shortly.
And we'll be back with the Titans chase here at Supersport Park. Remember to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel of CSA and also Facebook. See you in about 10 minutes time. Welcome back to Supersport Park. This is going to be a tricky 20 minutes. It is the Hollywoodbets Dolphins taking on the Momentum Multiply Titans. And joining me is Sean for this next 20 minutes. Like I said, it's going to be tricky for the Titans.
It is going to be tricky. They will have to manage being aggressive and getting 207 runs to win. However, they want to do it in style. They don't want to take too long, but they also don't want to lose too many wickets.
And just having a quick run through of what happened in that second innings of the Dolphins. It was Sarel Erwee who scored a 60. He batted for a very long time and almost run out of partners, with Ditole being the first one to dismiss. Claudio Bukako taking that one, and Munsami taking a brilliant catch behind the stumps. That was 13 of 20 deliveries. And then Ackerman came in and he joined and played positive cricket, a strike rate of 65. His 31 came off just 47 balls. And also Donovan Ferreira taking a brilliant catch on a second slip from Komane as well there. And then Zondo came in, didn't stay long, just faced 13 deliveries, played the one boundary, but then subdued when Matthew Kleinveld caught him at short square leg by Junior Dala. It was his first scalp of the second innings. Parsons came in, and the Titans at this stage were all fired up for that second innings. He faced 40 balls but only scored 9 runs, and he was bowled, judged LBW by Brett Brett, and he was almost walking. Once that decision, the ball hit him, he knew he went across the line, and he was basically walking for that decision. Was even made, and Smith came in 13 of 19. Also caught by Donovan Ferreira, by Merrick Brett, his second scalp there. Slade van Staden batted brilliantly and scored 93 runs before he was dismissed. First ball bowled there. Tele coming into Brandt, who didn't trouble the scorers in that first innings. He would like to just rectify that. And Porteous also scored a 51. And then from there, nothing else to mention. A lead of 206. That means that the Titans need 207 to create a result in this match. It might just be that carrot in front of them.
It might just be, and here we have Tele bowling to Neil Brandt. He'll want to get off the mark as quickly as possible, obviously, and not give his wicket away.
All right, just straying down leg. And still we see Van Staden, the keeper for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Did a great job there at Pele, just straying way down leg side there. And Brandt faced 20 deliveries in the first innings before he was dismissed without scoring.
He did look very compact. He did look very organized. So he'd be upset with himself for not getting off the mark sooner. But it just goes to show that this Dolphins bowling attack, there is something here.
Pele just bowling onto the legs of Brandt, and he's just dropped the bat down, and that lovely timing to the biggest part of the field, and that is a boundary to get Brandt going. Was facing his third delivery, and a lovely shot there. 4 without loss, and the Titans up and running.
Up and running, and what a way that it will only just boost the confidence of Neil Brandt. He's had a good day, I would say a good match as a captain throughout this innings, managing the bowlers well, managing the field, working on the tactics, and rallying the troops to restrict the Dolphins to a very gettable total.
203 now to win to the Momentum Multiply Titans. Brandt looking in control at the moment. His feet is moving, playing with a lovely straight bat. Clearly just finding his rhythm a little bit. He did operate from that end in the first innings as well. And let's also mention the season campaigner that's with young Brandt is, of course, Dean Elgar.
The leadership between these two, the brains trust, you would say, of this batting lineup, of this Titans setup. a wealth of experience, and Neil Brandt can only, I would say, get better the more time that he does bat with Dean Elgar.
And this is a partnership going forward that they would love to see develop. And Dean Elgar, with all his experience, will just make sure that Brandt just stays calm in the moment. It is going to be a tricky period. Hopefully the Dolphins will get the ball to do a bit more than the Titans did. Lovely forward defensive push, beating a wideish mid-on, and another boundary for Brandt, and that was just sheer timing.
Just sheer timing. That was a half volley, and Brandt just timing it to perfection. Nothing. So it's just making it look simple. Textbook shots. Especially here early in the innings, showing his intent. If you bowl in my area, he will take advantage of it. So you have to adjust. And they're just over pitching it with that one. So he will be disappointed with how his first over has gone.
8 without loss, and it is Bartman, or Neil Bartman, taking on the other end. He did open the bowling with clearly the last time round as well. A different setup than they had. They had a 293 run first innings, had a little bit less pressure on them than they do have now. Bartman just going through the stride. Another 12 minutes. That means, let's say, another 3 overs or so for these two batters to contend. Dean Elgar facing up his first ball. But this is dangerous signs for the Dolphins. If Brandt's going to play as positive as he is, it shows that 199 still to get might not be enough.
With how Dean Elgar is in form, 199 is definitely not enough for the Dolphins. So they're going to be targeting, right, we need to get Dean Elgar out cheaply and early. And as you can see, his first ball pulling it. He's not afraid to play his shots. Yes, it went straight to the fielder, but very positive in what he's trying to do.
And also the equation is 74 overs left in scheduled play today. Oh, that was a lovely ball. Just rising up on Dean Elgar there, back of a length, and Slade van Staden taking that one in front of his chest. That is the fire and energy that the Dolphins need to bring. That was lacking in the Titans this morning. Junior Dala brought it back in with his spell after the wicket of Porteous. Finally, they got a bit of lift and they got a bit of energy. But the Dolphins can't afford to wait for something to happen. They got to have that energy in the field from the get-go.
And that's the area they want to be bowling. Bartman starting off well, just bowling across Elgar, asking him, right, it's a hard length, right, but you have to leave it, because if you play, it does put that slip cordon in play. And Dean Elgar just being very circumspect. They've got 8 runs within the first over. There's no need to rush this.
And also, with 74 overs of play left, we are obviously not going to get all of it in, but you're not going to restrict them. Just piercing the gap there. Backward point can't come across to cut off that one. You're not going to restrict them for that 198 still needed. So you want to take wickets. The wickets is going to be key. The more wickets they take, the harder it's going to be for the Titans to get the runs. If they're just going to allow them to bat, then that runs are going to get less and less, and the time will be in the favor of the Titans.
And with these two playing as positively as they are, they're going to say to themselves, let's get it done early. Let's get up off our feet as quickly as possible and celebrate a win.
And Brandt pulling away there behind of square. Bartman dropping it in short, and another boundary. And he's moved on very swiftly to 12 with Elgar on 1. And the score is 13 without loss, and Brandt looking on fire.
Brandt wanting to finish this as quickly as possible, score as many runs as possible before lunch, but also Bartman not the base directed short ball, and especially with his field set, not the best idea. Brandt is a tall man, So if you're going to bowl a short one, it has to have steeper bounce there in that one.
And also, if you're going to bowl the short one, make it a bit more difficult to play. Get it right up to the throat. Actually get it up there. You got to bend your back. And I know it's his first over, still getting into his stride, but then not the best idea to attempt that ball if you don't completely feel loosened up yet.
Yeah, not the best idea. And with the Dolphins searching for wickets, right, it is going to be expected that there will be some runs leaking.
Mhm.
So they need to find a balance between being economical and miserly, as well as being very attacking. So that will be key, especially in this opening spell. It's a new ball. The conditions would favor the bowlers, but they have to work with it and be very mindful of how they're going to attack these batters.
Oh, that's the better ball. That's the back of a length that we were asking for. Tele bending his back. You can hear the grunt there. Dean Algar facing up to his first delivery from Tele and that end. And Brian just walking down to him and just pointing out to the deck and saying this is the area where the ball just kicks on a little bit. Dean Algar just making sure of his guard.
Just making sure it was in good positions. That was a very good ball from Ogutle clearly.
2 slips in a gully. Backward point. Again, directed at the body. Don't think anything is going to be pitched up after his previous over. He got Brand scored a boundary off his legs, down to a square, down through mid wicket, and then also a lovely straight drive just past mid on, mid off rather. And now you can see for Algar, they've just gone back of a length. They've just gone to that 7-8 meters again, just making life uncomfortable because that's also where the invariable bounce have been taking place with the new ball.
And Dean Algar's not afraid to weigh 1 or 2 if he has to, and if that's going to take the team to a big win.
He's talking about battle scars. He's one of the guys who probably has the most battle scars if he plays for the Titans or if he plays for the Proteas. He's very happy to get in line with the ball and he doesn't mind taking one for the team. But those 2 slips and a gully standing very close to one another. It's a very fine gully. A backward point, and then they've got only Bartman down on fine leg. They do have a mid wicket in place as well now for Algar. Very well left. Very well left. Lovely lift.
Very, very well left, well bowled from clearly. And you can see here they clearly adjusting from where he was in the first over, a little over pitching, a little bit too much to Neil Brandt, and now it's just pulled his length back, seeing that if he keeps bowling at this length, he will get some steep bounce, will put Dean Algar under pressure, and they will see Algar as the key wicket. You get him out, hopefully run through the top order, and they have a chance.
That one just directed down leg, and you want the senior statesman out. You want the mainstay of the batting lineup out. Just expose Kleinfeld a little bit earlier to the new ball, and also hopefully get Brevis in quickly as well, and not let him get going, not let Ferreira get going. Makanya is someone that can stay there for a long time as well. Try bob them down, maybe at one end. One more ball to go in this tricky third over. Much better bowling. Pele pulling his length back, and you can actually hear the grunt. There's a lot more effort in that crease as well. It is 13 without loss, 194 runs to win, and it looks like another 4 minutes or so before lunch.
Yes, it is a great comeback from Pele, especially with the boundaries he gave, the freebies he gave Neil Brandt just to get off the mark. And Bartman will also be looking at that area, that length that's putting Algar under pressure, that is making it difficult, and will want to look for that when he bowls against Neil Brandt.
And Neil Brandt, very happy to get off the mark. He's faced 20 balls in his first innings without troubling the scorers. And now already he's on 13. He's on 12. He has hit 3 lovely boundaries. Already facing up to Bartman. Bartman also attacking with 2 slips. Agali, a backward point. Oh, that is the one that hit Brandt on the arm.
And coming around the wicket is not a bad option for Bartman. Neil Brandt not comfortable at all.
And that one just nipped off the seam. That's something we didn't see in the Titans bowling attack this morning, apart from Junior Dala. That one definitely just around the wicket, the angle, and then just straighten up on Neil Brandt.
So you have to bend your back, and they're seeing it, right? It will be taxing work for the bowlers, so they have to be smart, bowl in good areas, and bend that back.
That is a lovely shot through point. 4 runs, Neil Brandt, 17 without loss.
And I think that is a testament that if you don't hit your line, you don't hit your length, you will fly to the boundary.
A lovely timing of that one. His 4th boundary, moving on to 16, and he's definitely going for the score. He is a very positive captain. We saw that in his captaincy on the field as well. He likes attacking. 190 still required for the Momentum Multiply Titans to pick up the win here. Weather conditions might stay away. It might be in the Dolphins' favor. Oh, another one of those lifters hitting him on the same arm again. And that is the area. Tuck him up. Don't let him free those long arms of his.
Yes, don't let him. And as you can see, still not comfortable. That is not a nice area. Nice. That's all just muscle. So he'll be in a little bit of pain. Have his fair share of war wounds. But Bartman, that is the area he needs to be bowling at. Can't give Brandt any room outside the off stump.
And Dean Algar will probably just call out on the other end, say toughen up. Oh, I know how that feels. Oh, that's the area. That's the area they want to target.
Dean Algar will be like, it's okay. You 150 hertz. You don't feel it after a while.
Yes, you're numb there. Another 2 balls to survive. Don't think they'll get in another over. This will probably be the last 2 balls before lunch.
It is getting a little bit darker. The cloud cover coming in. The light meter will probably come out. Just a concern for the safety of the players.
Oh, worked off the legs. There's a fine leg in place. They don't take the one. No need for anything silly. Brandt's first single of his innings on 17 already, scoring 4 boundaries. Then Algar will most likely face the last ball before lunch. And it is getting very gloomy. It's getting very dark. So during the lunch break and also before play starts, we'll see the light meter coming out.
It's not every day you get to say that an opening batter in a 4-day match has scored in boundaries. So not every day you get to see somebody bat so positively.
Dropping that one down, and it is a lunch on this 4th day at Supersport Park. Match between Momentum Multiply Titans and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. 18 without loss. Brandt on 17, Dean Algar on 1. And the equation is 189 runs to win. They got 71 overs left in today's play, but with the weather conditions, that will be a lot less. It is getting a bit gloomy, and you've got to feel that the Titans think they got this.
I think they know that they've got this. I think they believe that, especially with the positivity with the opening pair, that they can just get a platform and allow everybody just to pitch in if they have to. But if these two can do the job, that would be a resounding win for the Titans, and just to stamp their dominance and authority on this competition.
Absolutely. And we'll be back after lunch, about a 40-minute break. And don't forget to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also check us out on Facebook. It is the CSA main page and from Pitch Vision. Sean, enjoy your lunch. I'll see you again in about 40 minutes' time.
And we're back for the match between the Momentum Multiply Titans versus the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. I'm joined by Ken Borland, right, for the session after lunch.
Yeah, Sean, and a big session it will be. Kuklechele started with the ball.
I'd say a very stock standard start. He wants to bowl high. He wants to bowl at Neil Brandt, who has been looking very dominating in his innings, in the few overs that they bowled before lunch. The Titans at 18 for no loss, and Brandt scoring 17 of those runs.
Yeah, the Titans set a target of 207 to win the game. I guess it's one of those awkward little targets, and Neil Brunt, the captain, clearly deciding that positivity right up front was the way to go.
And there you have it. It is back of a length and an outside edge to the keeper. And umpire Aluddin Palakar sticks Neil Brandt. Brandt not happy with that decision at all, and very slow to move off the crease.
Very slow. He lingered a long time. Match referee Lawrence Matuus might have something to say about that. But I certainly heard something when the ball whizzed past probably midriff sort of height. Hell of a delivery from a Kuklechele, I have to say. It really leapt off a good length. There was a noise, but whether it hit the bat, the glove, or the jersey of Neil Brunt, that'll be the question. But a massive breakthrough for the Dolphins, just the second ball after lunch. And I was going to say that, with just 189 runs more required by the Titans, early wickets were going to be crucial for the Dolphins.
Yes, early wickets, and they've got the first one, the very settled Neil Brandt, and that brings in Matthew Kleinfeld. He is on debut. This is his first match for the Titans, and he will be hoping to also continue the work that Brandt has started with playing positive and looking to score runs early on.
Yeah, Neil Brunt hasn't had the greatest of seasons, was left out of the One Day Cup side for quite a few of the matches, and you can understand the frustration, having batted so well before lunch, slamming his bat against a chair on his way out. Matthew Kleinfeld played in the One Day Cup for the Titans, did reasonably well, and he's a batsman who's got a very good record in 4-day cricket. Averages 39.65, 400s and 650s, high score of 199 not out. But he's moved around a bit from the Western Cape to the Free State Knights and now to the Titans.
And Pele just making sure that he continues bowling that hard length, that one just not carrying as much. Worrying signs for the Titans in this last innings.
Well, great signs for the Dolphins, and wonderful to see Kuklechele fit again, tearing in. He's a proper fast bowler with gas. Strong action, strong guy. Went to school in KZN at Glenwood. Played for the Dolphins first, and then moved up and actually played for the Titans before now returning to the Dolphins. He had an injury-plagued time up here at Centurion, and we never really saw the best of him. So it's great to see him roaring in here for the Dolphins.
And roaring here is, especially after lunch, he almost looks a different bowler to that short spell before lunch.
Yeah, I think Neil Brunt getting away to a quick start, maybe just here after the break.
And that one just climbing, that steep bounce. I love the length that he is bowling, because it isn't an easy length. You can't overcommit forward. If you go back, it's climbing on you. And Kleinfeld managing it really well.
He did do well there to get everything out of the way, and as you rightly say, Sean, it's a wonderful length to bowl at because the ball is getting quite steepling bounce and it is quite full. So your instinct, I guess, is to go for it, but you really can't.
And the Dolphins will be very happy with this start after lunch. A wicket to begin with, and the score still at a wicket maiden, 18 for 1 after 5 overs.
We just see umpire Palika is taking a look at the light meter. The weather's turned a bit poor. We had a stage in the hour before lunch when it brightened up. It looked like it might be clearing, but it's as gloomy now as it has been all day. Let's just hope that there's no rain on the way. It's a protracted chat actually between the umpires now, but it looks like we'll continue as Palika jogs away towards square leg.
Concern will be if the light gets any worse. They would not want to have a spinner on right now with the new ball and the bowlers bowling this difficult length to the batters.
Yeah, I've no doubt if the umpires suggest bowling a spinner, the Dolphins will turn it down. They'll go off. They've been behind for a lot of this game, so a draw is probably not a bad outcome for them.
And there you have it. Oh, what back of a length, steep bounce. It's almost like lunch invigorated Bartman and Pele.
Wow, that one took off as well, and Dean Elgar actually did exceptionally well just to get it on the bounce to gully. Supersport Park, the pitch is known for becoming more and more up and down as the game progresses, and we're certainly seeing a bit of inconsistent bounce today.
That one just straying onto the leg side. Dean Elgar, I think, very happy to get off strike.
He's a guy who the worse the batting conditions, the more he seems to enjoy it and flourish, and tough runs are his motto. I think he's a real go-to man when the going gets tough.
You know, I've heard there's a word they use to describe him, and it's usually people around you that will describe him. You know, he's a little bit of a fighter, Doesn't mind taking a few hits, wearing a few, almost just enjoying. The more pressure there is, it's like a different track to him.
He always says he doesn't actually enjoy getting hit, but you wouldn't believe it by the way he stands there and wears it.
I really do like Bartman coming around the wicket to the left-handers, just forcing them, just keep asking questions with that off stump, and especially with the Dolphins leading wickets.
Sean, interesting that the Titans have 3 left-handers at the top of their order. Unusual these in any age of cricket, I guess. Do you think there could have been an argument for sending a right-hander in just to upset the new bowlers' lines a bit?
I think given the quality of these 3 batters, I think it's almost okay because the Dolphins also have a similar batting lineup in terms of they're very left-hand heavy at the top in their lineup, and it's only in the Dolphins only until Kaya Zondo comes in that you see your first right-handed batter. So I think, you know, especially in your specialist positions of your 2 openers and your first drop, it's not a bad, I would say, especially if they're doing the job, it's not bad to have 3 left-handers. And what a ball. It is animated there from the Dolphins. The Titans is making it look, I would say, it looks like a different track to what Bradley Porteous and Slade van Staden batted on.
Well, one has to say that Bartman and Taylor have probably bowled better than the Titans did this morning. We're now seeing the life, the juice that is in this pitch being properly extracted.
He's just attacking those stumps.
Yeah, just to go back to our previous discussion about all the left-handers, absolutely specialists for 4-day cricket, for red ball games. Dewald Brevis in line to come in next. And as talented a youngster as he is, I think maybe there is a bit of a thought just to protect him a little bit from that new ball, because he's the sort of guy you want to cash in once the ball gets a bit softer and older and the bowlers are a little bit more tired.
He is a talent, and a young talent at that. You want to protect him, especially early on in his career, where there is the experience of Brent Algar. Kleinfeld, yes, making his debut for the Titans, but I would say, knows his way around constructing an innings in this long format.
Yeah, absolutely. Kleinfeld has played during his career some really big, long innings opening the batting. So he will certainly be well suited to number 3.
And it just allows Brevis to learn from those around him. He's either going to come in and there is a significant platform, but that he will always come in with somebody with more experience.
Very valuable, that indeed. And Brevis, for all his white ball heroics, this is just his 5th first-class game.
And a talent like his, it definitely won't be his last. And Kleinfeld looking a lot more confident there. Just, I'd say, just nudging it out. I do like what Pele is doing, right? He's attacking those stumps. He's forcing the batters to play. But then every now and again pulls his length back and is like, if you're going to go after this one, just know it's just going to keep rising on you.
Yeah, there are a few dangers for the batsman to contend with this angle.
And there you have it, forcing a shot. Kleinfeld will be happy to still be there, given the areas that Pele is bowling.
Yeah, that's at the straighter one that almost holds its line with that extra bounce from a good length. The slips are certainly in play. The wicket keeper, and of course, if Shelley just gets it going across them, being forced to play, the edge is in play there as well.
Not a bad line, not a bad length, especially given how they've got rid of Brandt early. Kleinfeld is still not off the mark. He'll be wanting to get his innings kicking. Especially, this is, I would say, an opportunity for him to make a mark. It is his first 4-day match with the Titans, so he'll want to almost say, look, I deserve to be here. This is his opportunity. And it looks like a short ball might be coming, but this could be the bluff with a square leg going towards the boundary.
Yeah, I think Matthew Kleinfeld would have predominantly been signed for 4-day cricket. He did well in the One Day Cup. The Titans would have been very pleased with that. But taking the weather out of the equation, there's no real rush for the Titans. They've got 68 overs after this one to score another 187 runs. So Kleinfeld's got time to do what he does best, which is get in, set his stall. If he and Elgar can get a good partnership going, that's going to really blunt the Dolphins. Their enthusiasm might just wane a bit.
There you have it, not looking, maybe falling over a little bit. Thought that was going to go across him.
Yeah, there's a hint of sort of late movement there, wasn't there? That Kleinfeld was certainly shaping to play that through the mid-wicket area, ended going back to the bowler.
Well adjusted. You could see he is watching it very closely. The umpire's talking again to discuss the light situation.
Thankfully, it's a brief chat.
Yeah.
We will continue.
I think the Dolphins almost back themselves up to take as many wickets, but wouldn't mind a draw. Would not mind a draw, especially given how their batters haven't kicked on. You can see there's a start and just haven't managed to kick on.
Yeah, well, certainly the difference between these two sides in this match have been the 200s the Titans scored through Dean Elgar and Rivaldo Moonsamy. That's what really separated them from the Dolphins in that first inning. So exactly as you say, two guys going big for the Titans, the Dolphins not converting starts.
Yes, and then forcing your young men and your exciting young men with Bradley Porteous and Slade van Staden to rebuild, to bring the innings together. Because if it wasn't for them, I do not think that the Dolphins would have been able to even get to 150 lead, and just those two just digging their heels and coming to the party.
Yeah, let's not forget that Van Staden and Porteous came together uh, yesterday evening at 171 for six, which was effectively 55 for six.
Mm.
So, as you say, a lead of three figures and not much more was what the Dolphins were looking at. But a wonderful partnership by them of 116 runs for the seventh wicket. And they've given the Dolphins a sniff here. There's a chance, something for these fired up Dolphins bowlers to bowl at.
And I think also having Van Staden behind the stumps has also just added to that. He's feeling good. Would be disappointed not to convert. He was on 93, convert to 100, but feeling good, feeling I've contributed to this team. There is a chance you get the big wicket of Bruntel, another wicket. If he goes out early, this game becomes very different for the Titans because you do know Rivaldo Moonsamy, he can come back and build. There is a lot of batting. There is a lot of batting left in this Titans lineup, but get those two experienced campaigners out, and this becomes a very different match.
Yeah, Dean Elgar has certainly been a pivotal man for the Titans this season already, and one kind of has got the feeling that if he doesn't score runs, if Brevis and Ferreira don't score runs either, then the Titans' batting has actually looked a bit fragile. So the Dolphins will know that. They'll be going all out to get the scalp of Dean Elgar, two slips, a gully, and we've got the fire of a Kuchlechele at the one end, and Otniel Bartman from this end is a very, very skillful bowler.
Just leaving while just taking his time. I think also just it will help steady the ship. You can tell by Elgar playing well or leaving well. It has, I would say, kept the Dolphins a little bit quieter on the field.
Yeah, there can be no better man for this sort of situation than Dean Elgar. Exactly the sort of calm head, experienced head, unruffled that you want out there. And some would say the leave is the best shot in his arsenal. And that little chop he always plays very well too.
Well, especially here at the Supersport Park, we have seen there's not been too many runs down the track. Everything's been very square. There's still a lot of life in this pitch. Bartman and Tele are showing us that maybe the Titans not having the best day, I'd say the best morning this morning by not utilizing the conditions.
Yeah, I must say, after 3 days of really hot sunshine, it was a surprise this morning to see just how much of a green tinge there still is to this pitch.
All credit must go to the ground staff here at Supersport Park. It is a very good looking track out there, even on day 4. And I guess that's why there've been some really big totals in this match. 293 the Dolphins scored in their first innings, the Titans replying with 409, and the Dolphins coming back with 322. Still lots of runs on offer here.
Yeah, excellent cricket wicket. We've had a couple of hundreds. The bowlers are in the game. So well done to groundsman Brian Bloy and his team.
Makes sense why everybody wants to play. Or I'd say certainly a batter like myself would want to play here at Supersport Park.
It gives you value for runs, doesn't it? It gives you value for your shots, rather. I should say, generally a decent pace, the pitch. Yeah, it's just a good cricket wicket. Everyone's involved. Everyone's got a chance if you play well.
Maybe not so much the spinners, but we have seen Neil Brandt got some spin yesterday, got some turn yesterday. The umpire still with that light meter. But yeah, I think it's just at least the conversations are getting shorter and shorter when it comes to the light.
Yeah, at least the spinners have played a role. They've bowled together more than 30 overs in the match between the two sides, so they're not out the game either, which is great. It helps having one extremely long boundary, which is on the leg side now, as Chele will bowl to the left-handed Kleinfeld.
And there you have it, that length, that line, very well directed. Matthew Klein felt very, very lucky just to pull out at the last minute, but almost chasing that one and getting the slips in play.
What a ball that was! Phew. Steepling bounce, good pace, well directed.
Oh, Matthew Klein, he looks so comfortable. Even with it's not easy facing Clele right now, but he does. I like the look of him. He looks comfortable. He looks ready to face everything. He looks organized. I should say that is a better word. He looks organized in how he's approaching his innings, especially early on in his innings. He's only scored 1 run, but he is facing some really good bowling from Clele, and he's not very slow either.
Yeah, Matthew Kleinfeld, having spent so much of his career opening the batting in red ball cricket, he will have a good, solid technique, and it's really fascinating cricket at the moment because we've got him trying to get in, build innings with the Proteas test opener at the other end, and people forget Clele actually went on a Proteas tour in 2020-21 to Pakistan. So he was in the national selector's thoughts before having a really unfortunate couple of years with injury.
And you can see why he's come back. Neil Brandt came in, would say, knocked him around for a few boundaries, but he's come back really hard, got the wicket of Neil Brandt, and then just, I would say, looking for that wicket, but not trying too much, just keeping things very consistent. Forcing Matthew Kleinfeld to go out of his comfort zone if he wants to score some runs.
Yeah, Kleinfeld's just got to remember that there's no rush, that plenty of time to get in and to score these another 185 runs that are required. 67 overs left in the day.
And that, I would say, the fielder just trying with that appeal.
That was very clearly off the back. You heard the soft thud of leather on flesh. But Matthew Kleinfeld just making doubly sure by rubbing his back, so Papaleka could see.
I say these two clearly like to wear the ball a little bit. Don't mind difficult batting conditions.
Dogged and gritty, the pair of them. Gutsy, all the cliches.
And chasing that one. That's what a way to end the over for Oruhle. That's 9 overs gone, 22 for 1. That's where the Titans are, and they still need 185 runs to win.
It's wonderful bowling by Clele. We saw that last delivery. That's almost like his stock ball is angling across the left-hander. But we saw earlier in the over that he brought one back into Kleinfeld. So Kleinfeld really has to have his wits about him. But he's going to have a reprieve for the time being as they're going off for bad light, unfortunately.
This is disappointing. I'm sure for both teams, they would have wanted to have another stab at it. But player safety does come first. And this is a good call from umpires Lauren Achenbach and Alugin Palakar. So that will And the Titans innings for now are 22 for 1. Still needing 185 runs to win. And Ken, this has been such a pleasure. It's disappointing with the bad light.
What a great pity. I mean, the match is at such a fascinating stage where both teams will really feel that they could push for victory this afternoon. The Dolphins certainly getting that new ball to talk. They've got 1 wicket already. They've certainly got the upper hand at the moment. Both batsmen really struggling in the gloomy, overcast conditions, the ball flying around. But the Titans would also fancy their chances of gritting their way through it, and with just 185 more runs to win, they'll also really want these clouds to lift, and hopefully we will have cricket back for you soon.
Yes, we just have to wait and see. I'm sure they'll come back and check in about 20 to 30 minutes. We do hope it will be sooner than that. Thank you.
Chapter is up 23 for 2. Just encouraging Bartman. Going, edge found, and just dropping short of that second slip. Very animated second slip. Being struck hard on those digits, on tip of the fingers. And Kleinfeld returning the favor, injuring someone else on the field now. That's you can see second slip just down and out. Looks like he's got one on those, just the tips of the fingers. Asking the physio of the Dolphins now just to come down and have a look.
Another delay. Phew. I'm glad you're clearly not an ageist, Gert, because Kleinfeld is 34 years old.
Oh my greatness!
So if that's not a veteran, then good. That's fantastic. He can keep going for another half dozen years.
Yes, fantastic. I apologize to Kleinfeld. Well, it's a compliment to Kleinfeld. He still looks very, very good shape. He's a very fit man. And as I said, now the Dolphins physio has to come out and being sent to the dugout. Looks like the life is back in those fingers. Bartman to Kleinfeld. This is turning out to be a nice little battle. Oh, that's the length they're looking for. That's the one that misbehaved as well. And you can just see the Hollywoodbet Dolphins. They are pouncing on anything. It was a bit of a shy to the stumps, although he would have been safe, even with the direct hits. It's just that intent, showing the batters that you got to be sure of the calling. 24 for a loss of 2. Still 183 required. And Tele coming in, and he's been fiery. He's been quick, he's bowling, and he's hitting the deck very hard, getting that ball to lift up. He's the one who picked up the wicket of Neil Brandt.
Yeah, it was good cricket there from Matthew Kleinfeld, a good delivery from Bartman, but you could just see he was right behind it. He was very compact in playing that stroke, and got a single to boot as well. Important for the Titans to keep rotating the strike in this situation.
Especially now they got the right-left combination in. Very important just to unsettle. You don't want Tele and Bartman to settle into that line of length. Just do one of you. You want to keep rotating the strike, keep the field changing, make sure that the bowlers don't settle into that line of length. As we saw in the first innings with Tumane and Erwin. Erwin was facing about 3 or 4 overs in a trot just by Tumane. So they kept him on one end and they kept him quiet on that end. And that also cost him his wicket at the end of the day. So you don't want that as a batting team. You want to keep rotating, especially with Tele operating now. He's a live wire. He's got pace. He bowls that heavy ball. He's at you the whole time. It doesn't give you a lot of freebies, which I liked about his bowling, especially in this game. He's been on the money, he's been aggressive, and he also picked up a fourfer. He worked very hard for that 5th wicket, but just did not go his way.
Yeah, injuries have taken a heavy toll on Tele over the last couple of years, so it's great to see him back and bowling so well and with so much control, as you said.
You can hear the grunt. He's bending that back. Lovely stare down with the batter. And Kleinfeld will do well just to regroup here a little bit. They're going at him a back of a length. It'll be in his mind that he just got hit pretty hard as well. So just regroup, just kind of restart your innings from the get-go. Keep talking to Brevis, keep the conversation going, and just take it ball by ball. Worked off the legs.
Actually, a low full toss that from Tele and right on the bottom of Kleinfeld's bat. He's probably a bit disappointed he didn't make more of that, but just the importance of singles. I think especially with a batsman like Duarte Brevis at the other end. We know Brevis is a guy who doesn't like to get stuck. He likes to feel bat on ball. He likes to keep the scoreboard ticking over. So if Kleinfeld's not taking ones, it's going to kind of put more pressure on Brevis as well. So
maybe just force 1 or 2 shots to kind of go for the boundary instead of the 1s and 2s. Worked around the corner to fine leg.
it's been a very good start by Brevis. 2 from 2.
Very happy to feel bats on ball. And this is what they want, keeping that right-left combination going. Can see with Brevis there, that ball just straying onto his pads where it would have been a brilliant ball to the left-hander. And that's what it will create, just that little bit offline. And it will also just give the batters opportunity just to rotate, especially, as mentioned again, with Kleinfeld being hit in the previous over by Bartman. It will give him some time to settle as well and maybe get everything warm and just let that pain maybe just go into the background a little bit.
Interesting that Kuklele is now changing to around the wicket to the left-handed Kleinfeld. Not sure why. He was going well from over the wicket.
That might be the reason. He just got that ball to straighten up on the line, and we'll give it to Kleinfeld. Very well left. That was an amazingly well left ball. Got everyone excited. Van Staden keeping, and he just threw his head back as well. He thought that was a lot closer.
Kele probably wants to target Kleinfeld's stumps a bit more from around the wicket, and certainly bowled a very good delivery there. So it'll be interesting to see when he next bowls to Kleinfeld, if he stays around or comes over again.
Devil Brevis facing up to Bartman. First delivery played brilliantly, a ball rising up to Brevis's chest, and he just played it downward into the deck. Took the 1 to the deep point that's on the cover, on the point fence.
Yeah, it's interesting. The old timers would look at deep point and moan and mutter and grumble at it being a very defensive sort of mindset. But we've seen both teams have employed deep points pretty much throughout, and I can only think it's because of the bounce on offer here. That batsmen, if they do get it slightly wrong, the uppercut, that deep point almost becomes a catching position, a bit like your deep backward square for the hook shot.
Lovely punch off the back foot, but a work to do by that deep point, picking it up on the cover fence.
Oh, that made a nice sound off the bat. 3 off 3 now, Brevis.
And you can see for Brevis, they have just that deep square out for him as well. We know he doesn't shy away from the short ball. Thinking that they might get him. It is a massive boundary. We can't emphasize it even more. It is a huge boundary. It almost, from where we're sitting, almost looks double. It is a massive boundary. Oh, pitching it up, Bartman. And from a Dolphins perspective, we wouldn't mind maybe giving him another short one, see if he's more inclined to hook it. There's no protection there. They got the fine leg on the boundary, but a very square fine leg as well. I think the shorter one might be coming as well. They feel that he's taking his eye off the ball. That top edge might come into play. Nice and full, but a shape away around the wicket is Bartman. He's just shaping it nicely away from the left-hander.
He's a lovely, skillful bowler, Othniel Bartman, both in terms of swing and seam.
And as we've seen in both innings, the control of that swing has always been pretty impressive. He's not picked up a lot of wickets, but the control that he's shown has created wicket-taking deliveries on the other end, a partnership that he has with Kele. That one just coming in, just hitting bat and pad together. Can hear everyone just getting very excited there because he is getting that movement. And a little bit trapped on the crease is Kleinfeld at the moment. I think he's also wondering when that other short one is coming. Maybe camping on the back foot a little bit. 2 slips, a gully. Oh, beating the outside edge. Brilliant ball, and that back of a length ball just took off a little bit there.
Certainly seemed to gather speed off the pitch almost. Parkman has really bustling in and hustling the batsman there. That was a fantastic delivery.
And noticeably, the cover is also walking in very fast, getting really close to the pitch, especially to the left-hander. Really putting us under pressure as soon as the ball is passed and looks up, he's looking into the fielder's face. And for the old Brewers, they just got that mid-wicket just a little bit wider as well. They got the mid on a little bit wider as well. Want to bowl as attacking line to him as possible, make him play a few balls more. Gele to Brewers. Oh, pitching it up, and there is the misfield tent exactly where that mid-wicket is. Lovely running, going for the second. Great running by Kleinveld.
That will annoy Kuklele and the Dolphins, just releasing early pressure on Brevis, allowing him to get a couple there. Straight to Andile Similani at mid-wicket.
178 to win. Scheduled 63 overs left, but we've lost about 16 overs with the hour that we were off for bad light.
I suppose there's a chance that we're not going to have a tea break now, that they've taken an early tea during the bad light. So, and then the first half hour, I think you don't lose overs either. So between those two things, maybe that's why we haven't seen a really big reduction in the overs left. But given the overhead conditions, we're probably not going to be able to bowl that many anyway due to bad light.
They're making Brevis play every ball. They had a bit of a freebie of 2 runs there with Similani's misfield. They're making him play, and that's what you want to do. As long as Brevis is playing, he's going to give you a chance.
Although he looks very accomplished so far, Brevis, everything's come out the middle of the bat. His feet are moving nicely. He just looks very, very confident and comfortable out there at the moment. But we don't want to jinx him. It's still early days.
Brevis was there for 17 balls in his first innings as well, only managing 8 runs. And already moved on to 6 from 8. And Kleinveld is on 3 runs. Taylor continuing the line around the wicket to the left-hander. 2 balls to go in his 7th over, 1 for 14. Multiply Titans, 30 for 2. Gele to Kleinveld. Oh, pitching it up. Brilliant take by Van Staden. That one took off. Out of that, you can only believe it looks like footmarks there. It just took off.
Yeah, right out of the popping crease there. Great take by Van Staden. Clearly, as you say, into his 7th over, but it's his 3rd spell. What with bowling a couple before lunch and 2 or 3, well, 3 after lunch, and then bad light. So he's good. He's good for a few more overs, I'd suggest, from the hen observer end.
Oh, crowd catch there.
If there were a crowd.
If there were a crowd, yes.
There's one spectator there on in the grandstand. He may or may not be awake.
And probably following us on YouTube.
We hope
the
so.
news feed.
Yeah, so.
Just making sure, keeping us honest. It's 30 for the loss of 2. The momentum multiply Titans searching for another 177 runs to win. Kleinveld is joined by Brevis. Brevis on 6, Kleinveld on 3. Bartman continuing to Brevis, who's looked good as he comes in. He has not really struggled. His feet is moving brilliantly, as you mentioned, Ken, and he's hitting it out of the middle of the bat. Even his defensive shots have sounded brilliantly.
Yeah, there's no doubt that he's a pretty special talent, is Brevis. But days like these are all part of his development, all part of honing that talent.
And that will be a very important part of his game going forward, is leaving the ball on that fourth stump and reading it. And as he goes on in the 4-day cup, that will be instrumental in his success.
Yeah, that was a very good leave. That was close enough to off stump that some batsmen would have a think about going after that, especially when everything's been coming out the middle of the bat so well. But excellent judgment there by Brevis is to leave that alone.
A lovely drive up is fantastic fielding. Not even one. That is brilliant fielding. Similane there doing great work. I beg your pardon, was Ditole doing great work there for the Dolphins. What a bit of fielding there, Ken.
Saved 4. That was right out the screws by Brevis.
That's what you want as a bowler, that backup in the field. Oh, and a wayward ball. Bartman just getting a little bit frustrated there. A huge 5 wides there. Not what the doctor ordered.
That was nearly on his own toes. He pitched it so short. Goodness me. Which is silly, really. I mean, we've seen that there is bounce on this pitch, even from quite good lengths. So if you're going to bowl it short, at least put it halfway down, and not more in your own half than the batters.
Yeah, normally go for that 10-meter mark, trying to get it up to the throat. That was just a wayward ball, and just cost your team 5 runs, and you've got to re-bowl it as well. All that energy completely wasted.
We'll be happy if the extra ball gets him a wicket, though. Now, deep philosophical question for you, Kat. Was that the extra ball, which has just been bowled, or is the extra ball the one at the end of the over?
Well, we like to teach the youngsters that your 7th ball is the ball that counts, because the others is your legal ball. So the 7th ball is the one we take in consideration. Did you take a wicket? Was the dot ball? Did there come runs from that wicket? Because then you kind of add it on to the wide, because then that 7th ball with the extra ball bowled is not just the 5, it might be an 8 coming from it. But it was a silly ball bowled by Bartman. He's been getting a bit of shape. He's been an uncomfortable bowler. And one hard punch by Brevis and a brilliant shot. And all of a sudden he got a bit carried away and wants to bounce him out. And Ditole did great work covering for him. So I think keep pitching it up. Overcast conditions going to go your way. Keep them driving. You've got the 2 slips. You've got the gully. And if it squirts off the outside edge of the bat, you've got your deep point covering the fence there. Give yourself a chance.
I think any fast bowler, though, when there's a young upstart at the other end, he's going to give him a few towards the nostrils, or try at least.
And that's exactly the one I was talking about. Just coming outside part of the bat, going to that deep point, and that's giving yourself a chance. But Ken, you alluded to it. There's enough in this deck. And with the variable bounce a little bit, there is enough for you to just hit that back of a line and let the pitch do a bit of work for you.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, no, you certainly feel that patience will reward the bowlers here.
I love the chatter in the field. The energy is up by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Oh, another ball coming just on the outside part of the bat. Bartman is turning out to be a handful.
Yeah, Kleinfeld doesn't quite look quite as confident coming forward. He's been very nice and compact and played defensively off the back foot really well. But they're coming forward to drive, and it's skewed off the outside half of the bat. Bartman will be interested in that. No doubt he'll be probing that area a bit more in the next over.
And hopefully we'll just give him that confidence and a allows him a bit of patience just to bowl in that area, because Brevis' outside part of the bat was found and took a single. Kleinveld's outside bat was found as well. So there is something in it for him. Just keep bowling it. Just keep attacking. Be that very, very important word, patient when bowling. Kele coming into Kleinveld. He's got 2 slips and a gully. They're deep points as well. And then they've got a square leg on the boundary for him as well, and fine leg. Maybe wanting Kele just to go a little bit straighter at him, as you mentioned. Feet not going forward as much, not having a big stride forward. Go a little bit fuller at him. See if he's enticed to drive. Maybe go for the booming straight drive, and then finding that outside edge. But it will be good work for Kleinveld as well, just to get one out of the middle, especially off the front foot.
Yeah, with the angle that Kele is bowling from, you can certainly see the ball going down to fine leg off the inside half of the bat. And the deep square leg, just to remind the batter, no doubt, that the short ball is always a threat, and especially a man of Kele's pace and his strength. We saw Junior Dala get some balls to rise very uncomfortably this morning from the same end, so that'll be in the back of the batter's mind.
And with Bartman hitting Kleinveld about 2 overs ago, he did look very uncomfortable ducking out of the way. He might just be inclined to go for 1 or 2 short ones, have a bit of a happy hook on one, and that's why they got these 2, and a square fine leg and square leg as well, just for the one that comes off the top edge a little bit. I think he's going to be tested within the next ball or 2.
I think Kele actually tried that with the last delivery. He switched back to over the wicket again, but it just really didn't get up, that last one.
Oh, outside part of the bat found again. We saw on day 1 and 2 as well, the shorter ball actually has got a very spongy bounce to it. It doesn't come through as well as that 8-meter one, that back of a length. We saw Junior Dala, we saw Kumane, we saw Brett in the previous innings. That ball just on that back of a length just carries through so nicely to the keeper. And as soon as you go a bit shorter, it's got a bit of a spongy bounce to it. See, that was very short, and he just dies on the keeper. Keeper almost taking it on his knees. And when he hit that back of the length, he kind of takes it in front of his chest. So it is a 2-edged sword. It's going to be very difficult to pull the ball, because it's not coming as quick to you as you would think. And especially with someone like Kele's pace. You expect the ball to almost rush you, and then you're too early on the shot. So I think that might be the ploy with the 2 gentlemen here on the fence behind square. Nice and full, lovely drive, 4 runs to Kleinveld.
Yeah, fourth afternoon at Supersport Park with the variable bounce. Not really the place to be playing the cross-batted shots, the pull, the cut. And we see there Kleinveld getting reward for a nice full face of the bat, a drive. Just open the hands a bit at the last minute to get it square and away to the boundary. So that's the way to go for the Titans with the bat.
43 for the loss of 2 after 15 overs. Still need 164 runs. And that will do a lot for Kleinveld's confidence, especially on the front foot. He finally gets one out of the middle. He's been streaky inside, outside part of the bat. And the problems have actually come from this end. Bartman has been causing all sorts of havoc with Kleinveld and Brevis.
Just the first little bit of a partnership starting to develop here. 21 already.
Direct hit. Oh, Brevis was gone for all money. That was a suicide run. The Dole would have had Brevis all ends up. He's given up. That last few steps, he totally gave up. He knew. He completely misread that one.
That was a terrible call, and you know, often when you punch the ball like that hard into the square, it often bounces up very nicely for the fielder. And Tsapanga totally, it bounced straight into his one hand, and he had a wonderful chance there for the run out wide. Brevis decided to go for a run, and was quite a late call as well.
Yes, and he was on the back foot. It was a very hard punch. He made solid connection with the ball. That was not a good run.
I don't know if he thought the ball was going to mid-off rather than the extra cover coming across, but great work by De Tole.
Again, the outside part of the bat found Bartman kicking the pitch in disgust. 4 runs, Kleinveld.
Good soft hands by Kleinveld. I'd say any top 3 batsmen in South Africa, batter, women's game as well. You need to develop those soft hands if you're going to survive here.
Especially batting on in the high felt. The ball does do a lot more off the deck. It is generally a lot quicker. Patience now required by Bartman. There's the one again. He doesn't look comfortable with the well-directed short ball at his body. The one going over his head, he's very comfortable ducking underneath. But that short ball directed at his body does not look comfortable. Had a shot again, had a hit him on the shoulder bone. And now you can see him just taking off that glove. That left hand also wrapped on it. And it's Bartman to Brevis.
That one kind of stood up on Kleinveld. Very awkward delivery for him to handle. He survived though and got a single out of it.
Lovely punch there, Brevis for the one, and it brings up the 50 for the momentum multiply Titans. 50 for the loss of 2 wickets, 95 balls faced, 6 fours in 75 minutes. And it's also great, this partnership just growing a little bit, gone on to 28, a run rate of 3.2, still in hunt of 157 runs to get a positive result for the Titans in this game.
One just feels the new ball siege has just lifted a little bit with this bright little partnership developing.
Oh, again driving and not really in the middle of the bat, just opening up that face a little bit, squirting from the outside part of the bat. You can see Kleinveld just having a look at his outside edge there. Bartman is bowling well, maybe a tad too full. Maybe come a half a foot, half a meter back, just getting the ball to rise on that drive, let him then play on the up instead of at the bounce.
Yeah, I would agree with that. A little bit full, Bartman. But for the Titans, if they can just see off this new ball pair, it would be a major landmark for them.
There's the short one. There's the pull. And that is 4 runs to Brevis. Great shot.
Very well put away. 2 men back, but he split them perfectly. Good placement by the young man.
And we saw with the ball back of a length, it actually almost rushes them a little bit. And this ball was short, and just like I said, the tennis ball bounce just coming into play. Brevis just more than willing just to rock onto that back foot and swivel around. Great placement. 4 runs, 55 for the loss of 2. That deficit coming down, and the target getting a little bit closer. 152 runs. Kleinveld on 15, Brevis on 14, had a bit of a life and a bit of a scare in that over as well, calling for a run that was not on. A new bowler is Jason Smith.
I fancy we might see a double change because Bartman's now gone for 37 in his 8 overs. The Dolphins don't have too many runs to play with, just 152 more in the bank. So it'll be interesting whether Captain Sarel Evia decides he can afford to keep Bartman on for another over or 2.
Yeah, I also think that although he is creating some sort of problems for the batters. He's also leaking a bit of runs, and yeah, the runs is just coming down nicely.
Jason Smith, of no great pace, but he's a tall man. And if he can settle on that length where the ball has been standing up a bit from the Henops River and then he could be a bit of an awkward customer.
Also very strong bowler in the crease. He does hit the deck very hard as well.
Didn't bowl much during the One Day Cup, Jason Smith, if at all, in fact, which surprised me a little because his bowling always has been a very useful string to his bow. So good to see him bowling quite a bit in this game. In the first innings, he bowled 13 overs, didn't get a wicket, conceded 49 runs.
It might be in the white ball game. They feel that he just doesn't do too much with the ball. He's not at express pace. And also the control is not compared to Tele or Bartman.
He has been very effective in previous seasons when the pitches have kind of suited, as you mentioned, that banging into the pitch type bowling, maybe bowling cutters. With his height, he gets bounce. He can get it to maybe stand up a bit, but maybe conditions this season haven't quite been to his liking.
Oh, that's a lovely ball, just dying on Van Staden there. And with the pitch having that variable bounce, we saw Makanya as well extracting a lot of extra bounce that you don't normally see from him. Makanya bowled very, very well. He got the huge wicket of Sarel Erwee, adjudged LBW from that end. So that variable bounce from that end might just be the key here for Smith. Get it into the deck, hit that back for length, let the pitch do a bit of work for you. And then if you play around the cutters here and there, just change up the pace a little bit, might just be what the Dolphins need. Kleinveld's looking a little bit more comfortable. As the innings goes on, him and Brevis will definitely want to settle the Titans' innings on a partnership of 33 already, need 152 more runs to win. And Kleinveld scored 34 in his first innings of 55 balls. Devil Brevis only scored 8 of 17. So they feel that they might have still a lot to say in this game. Makanya also only scored 11, and Ferreira went for a very rare duck in the season that he's having. So for the Hollywoodbet Dolphins, I think they feel that that middle order might be a little bit exposed if they can get another breakthrough here. And it was due to the heroics of Munsami's 130 that the Titans were able to actually get to that lead that they had of 112 runs.
Yeah, generally this season, if Elgar, Brevis, Ferreira haven't made runs for the Titans, then the batting has really struggled. So, yeah, dead right. The Dolphins should be very mindful of the threat posed by Dewald Brevis, and also simply because he scores so quickly that if he's in for another hour, then the runs required is going to go down very quickly.
We did see that double change. Porteous coming in and dropping it short to Dewald Brevis, and that ball not coming up whatsoever, playing it almost from his hips. And that's another 4 to Dewald Brevis. And this is the danger you just alluded to. Another hour of Brevis, him getting set. That 148 required might be done before tea or scheduled tea.
Yeah, and straight away we just see with the reduction in pace, the Dolphins' 2 change bowlers, really not much more than, well, I suppose Smith at a push, you could say, is fast medium. Portier is very much medium pace. Definitely can't afford to be bowling that short.
Not to Brevis. Much better ball. Lovely punch off the back foot. They do have that deep point, picking it up on the sweeper boundary.
Still very short by Porteous. I mean, the line was good because it was just outside our stump, but comfortably handled by Brevis.
Almost get the impression that they are hoping for the invariable bounce now. And not just hitting the deck, hitting your areas consistently, and then letting the pitch assist. They're almost banging it in back of a length at the batters, hoping that that ball's going to misbehave. Changing his line to around the wicket to the left-hander.
Well, one can get carried away. I mean, I think it's a bit like when you come across a pitch that's seaming around all over the place. One can get carried away and bowl the wrong lengths.
We see it a lot with swing bowlers as well. Once they get that ball to swing a little bit, then all of a sudden one or two of them go for that miracle swing, where he's trying to almost bend it around the corners.
Where there is variable bounce, the most lethal deliveries are the ones that are of better length and short. Those are the ones that are going to get you the wickets. If you bowl it too short, the batsman has time to adjust. So you really want to be bowling just short of a good length to take advantage of the variable bounce.
And we actually saw on this deck specifically, the balls that's been pitched up a little bit further were the ones that actually died on the keepers as well. That's just bouncing in front of them, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast. Munsami had one horrible one on the knee yesterday. We saw one today as well, where he got one on the point of the digits also dying on him. And that ball as well, Van Staden taking way below his knees. So the fuller ball has been the one that's kept low a little bit. And that back the length ball is the one that actually shoots through nicely. Another single there to Brevis, who's starting to look very comfortable.
Yeah, he's moved on to 20 already. He's cruised past Kleinveld on 16. And apart from that one very nicely executed pull shot, can't really remember any shots in anger from Brevis. He's just been pushing it around very nicely indeed. Looks like $1 million so far.
And it's almost like that call that they had where there was nearly a run out, pushed the ball very hard into the covers and just set off. That has woken him up a bit because the communication between the two has been a lot better since then. Been talking a lot more with one another. Kleinveld facing up to Porteous for the first time. A lovely drive off the front foot. It's a bit of confidence there.
Yeah, nicely played. Kleinveld seems to favour the square drive rather than the classic drive through the covers.
144 more runs to win. And this is the passage of play that the momentum multiply Titans will enjoy. It's the two medium paces that is on. It's not the recognized wicket takers that is operating now. The threat of Tkele and Bartman has been seen off. Brevis is looking positive, a very positive intent there by Kleinveld as well. And this will be the danger part of the game for the Hollywoodbet Dolphins, because they definitely need one or two wickets here to give themselves a chance of either saving the match or winning it. Nicely behind that one.
Kind of begs the question where Darren de Pavillon is at the moment. He's, of course, one of the Dolphins squad members, arguably the fastest bowler in South Africa, certainly domestically. An attack of de Pavillon, Tkele, Bartman. Now that would really keep the pressure, keep the batsmen hopping on this pitch.
Especially up here at Supersport Park. With both teams missing their frontline spinners, that's worked off the legs. Are they going to turn for third? No. Great fielding. Kleinveld very interested in that third run.
Oh, John Smuts on the field. So clearly not injured. Just not playing on a ground where spinners traditionally don't have the happiest of times. And Darren DiPaolo, of course, signed by the Pretoria Capitals for the SA20. This is their home ground, so no doubt they know what he can do on this pitch.
Lovely square drive, that deep point coming in. Or shall I say square cut, deep point coming in. And yes, it was very weird that John Smith didn't start off the day, or the game rather. We heard that there was a little bit of concern in the beginning of the game, maybe just because the 4-day season has just started, maybe resting him for a game, or maybe giving him a day or two to recover from the niggle, and then just giving him a run on the field. Just say, let's say, for instance, it might have been a hamstring there. How does it feel? You know, whatever injury there is, how did you feel in the park, so that they know he's 100% healthy for the next game?
Yeah, it might well have been not worth the risk on day one to put him through 4 days.
But a shape there. That's moved away a bit, get everyone excited, and that is what I think Smith should be concentrating on, trying to get the ball to move away from Brevis, forcing him into the shots. They've done away with the second slip. It's only the one slip and a gully. They've put an extra one in the covers for Brevis.
Gully's very close as well, isn't he?
And you'll even see that cover field as well. He is still walking in from that position as well. He's almost ending up on a catching position.
He was playing around his front pad there a bit. No wonder the bowler was interested.
And he's been playing so well, just keeping the blade nice and straight, going, showing the maker's name. There might just be a little bit of movement. I see he's just jumping around a bit. Might just be a little bit of lateral movement in the air that Smith is producing. Because there's 2 balls now that got them very excited. Just lovely worked off the hip with no result for Brevis. End of the over, 66 for the loss of 2 wickets after 19 overs. 141 runs still to get for the Momentum Multiply Titans.
And the partnership worth 44. Very useful. And that's the value of someone like Brevis, comes in just busy from the start of his innings, able to get the ones, and there's just no stagnation while he's at the crease.
But do you think as well the positivity of a player like Brevis, it does rub off on his partners?
Absolutely, yeah. And as we chatted about earlier, it helps the partner that he doesn't get stuck at one end as well. So it's certainly, Kleinfeld seems to have got through a tough phase as well, quite well.
40 to Kleinfeld. He slashes well behind square. 4 runs to Kleinfeld. Moved on to 28. Now has Kleinfeld.
A little bit edgy that time. I think the ball also might have kept a little low.
But just going back to our point, and I think that's where the partnerships in both innings of Porteous and Van Staden was so well received, is because they complement each other so well and they kept rotating. Not one batter had pressure on just him. It was a partnership.
Exactly. And you spoke about how the Titans were able to work over Sarol Evia because he got stuck at one end.
And hear the encouragement, just asking Porteous just to stick around there. But jumpy there by Kleinfeld.
That one a bit of extra bounce.
Porteous will do well just to hit that line of lengths. Keep Kleinfeld coming forward. Brevis just asking for gloves maybe after the over. Don't think it'll be sweat that's bothering him there. Overcast conditions, Supersport Park. Much relief after the warm days for the players out there. Oh, that's that extra bit of bounce that this deck will just give you if you put in some effort.
And you could see Kleinfeld lost his shape a bit there. Lost his balance a bit trying to do the back foot force. So a little loss of concentration there, Kleinfeld.
Just leaning back in the shot instead of just going through the line. But that's the ones they could leave alone. They don't need to play at those balls. And that's the one thing that the Dolphins did very well, was leaving outside the off stump.
Even though it's been thickly overcast all day, you said you wouldn't call it humid. It's cool. It's a cool day in Centurion.
It's a nice cool breeze coming across the park as well. And you can still see there's one or two with pullovers on and the longer shirts, long sleeves out. We saw early in the morning that one or two of the bowlers actually had the jerseys on as well. Well, there's a bit of shape. That one moved a little bit, and that's what Porteous will be searching for, is that movement, that lateral movement in the air that will just unsettle Kleinfeld a little bit. And Porteous definitely only medium pace. He has to open up that bag of tricks. It's only 137. The runs to win is getting less and less. They need at least 2 wickets here to put the Titans under pressure. Oh, and that one just died on everyone. Oh, keeping low.
It's a good leg then. I mean, you imagine if that is pitched on the stumps and behaves like that. So Porteous, that's a good over by him. 2 overs for 12 now, but a much better second over.
And Dean Elgar was a recipient of one of those that was on target, and that did not get up above the bootlaces at all. He was adjudged LBW. I think he would have walked anyway if he wasn't given out. That was similar to the Parsons dismissal of yesterday. As soon as he missed it, he just turned around and just had a glance at the umpire, lifting his finger because he knew there was missing nothing. It was missing off and leg.
You always just hope that maybe
he blinked his eyes.
Yeah, or, maybe there was a noise that the umpire will think you got an inside edge.
Well,
no ball, maybe.
Yes, with the Titans record they had in that second innings, all the no balls, you were hoping for that one. The Dolphins, in that perspective, has been a lot more disciplined than the Titans were. Titans, especially Bokako, bowling at 10 on his own and front foot no balls. And the chatters just died down a little bit. Almost feel like they were hoping for something to happen just to liven them up. Hollywoodbet Dolphins just a little bit quiet in the field. That one's in the gap. That'll be a single to Brevis. Not a convincing shot. Just the inside part of the bat. Just closing the face on that one.
I think Smith is interested in his front pad there and him just playing across it a little bit. Smith will fancy eating an LBW maybe here.
And we know that Brevis has the tendency of moving across to off stump. He has worked on the technique, especially for the longer format. We saw it in the white ball cricket as well, not going as far across as he used to, ending up on almost a 2 off instead of going past off. And that might be that little movement that's just that trigger movement that's just keeping them interested in that front pad, hoping that he misses one. And as they walk back, we'll most likely just ask the umpire if he misses that. What do you think? Is that in line? Is that pitching in line?
Always good to put the seed in the umpire's mind. Growing up, Vincent van der Bijl, the great South African Natal fast bowler, was my hero. And in his biography written by the excellent John Bishop. He tells a story about how he used to, never mind set up the batsman, but also used to set up the umpire, because you kind of bring the umpire into your plan and almost make the umpire a co-conspirator in what's happening. So you tell him, oh yeah, I'm just going to jag him across, and then get him with the straight one, and just watch. And then when you do finally hit the pads, the umpire almost feels, well, it's got to be out, doesn't it?
Love a short back foot. Good fielding. Just the one. It's always been a live wire in the field. And yes, you want them. And it's a 50 partnership between Brevis and Kleinveld. Very well constructed 50. And going back to your conversation, that's what you want. And even if it wasn't the one jerking back, the umpire will feel that, hold on, we love it when a plan comes together.
Exactly.
He's been warning me about that one. Or you get one to jag back in the whole innings, and you say, did you see that movement? That was planned. That's a lovely shot off the hip. Brilliantly timed by Brevis. 4 runs. Great timing.
Goodness me, he barely pushed that, and it's just raced. There's a fielder sort of 20 yards in from the boundary at almost a cow corner, I guess, and it wasn't too far away from him, but he couldn't drag it in. Goodness me. So 54-run partnership now in less than an hour, off just over 70 deliveries, and just what the Titans needed. And it's hard to believe that, an hour ago, batting was pretty tumultuous out there. The ball was going all over the place. The batsmen are really just struggling for survival. And suddenly we just see the momentum has switched where these two now have the upper hand.
And we always talk about what the break does to a batter. But that break, when we came back, we think, oh, how are they going to settle in and that sort of. But it was actually the other way around. They settled in nicely. And it was the bowlers who actually felt that break, that broke their rhythm and their momentum in this match.
Yeah, and again, I think it comes down to positivity. Someone like Brevis, who's just naturally positive, his first thought is to score. And, you don't have to do that by taking risks. Sometimes just you can defend in a positive fashion, and that'll bring you the one. And that's how you get things moving.
And that's how he scored his first couple of singles as well. He just pushed it off the back foot, the ball rising on him, and played a couple of nice punches. Just to get himself going, he was at 3-for-3 at one stage, just happy to rotate the strike. And with the right-left combination, they are exploiting that scenario very nicely now as the Titans, with the Brevis and Kleinveld at the crease. Both on 25 runs. Partnership of 54, 131 to get to win. Still 54 hours scheduled to play today. Don't think we'll get that in.
Kleinveld has been there for 68 balls now, though. And Brevis going at exactly a run a ball.
Ball is 21 overs old. Definitely not soft. Might have lost its shine a little bit. You can see the field is working hard on the ball. And with the pandemic, we saw that looking after the ball has definitely gotten a lot harder because new laws dictate no more saliva to be used on the ball, which every cricketer knows. It was taught from a very young age. You make that fingers wet. You shine the ball. That if you got a shiny in the team, he must have 2 very distinct red marks on his pants. So that is something that has gotten a bit harder.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, teams have always wanted someone with very dry hands when it comes to reverse swing. And now with the no saliva rule, you actually want some sweaty guy to provide all the sweat that you're going to need to keep the ball shining. There hasn't been a lot of swing actually today, which has been quite a surprise. you'd expect a 22 over ball to still be swinging a bit in conducive conditions.
But to be fair as well, as we saw this morning with the new ball taken by the Titans as well, it's the ones that moved the ball, Kumani and Brett, also didn't extract any swing this morning. And apart from Junior Dala that made the ball move a bit, the biggest swing actually came from Bartman this morning. He got a couple to nip in and nip out a bit. And Porteous has had one or two just swinging a bit. That previous ball, or the previous two deliveries, just rising up on the batters a little bit. So he's trying to bend his back. He's trying to extract as much out of the pitch as possible. But you're right, with the overcast conditions, you'll be expecting that ball to almost pitching leg and missing off with the amounts of swing that you sometimes get on days like these. Almost gets hard to control. Lovely full ball. Hard punch. Good over by Porteous.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, Junior Dala apart, who bowled really well this morning and kind of bailed the Titans out of a bit of a tough situation. Van Staden and Porteous were certainly getting on top of the bowling. But for the rest, I felt the Titans were a bit mediocre with the ball this morning. They would have been disappointed that they didn't wrap things up a bit quicker today, whereas we've seen the Dolphins, both Bartman and Clele with the new ball, bang on target, have bowled with really good control. And, they therefore got the assistance that is out there.
They were very, very flat, especially when the new ball was taken. It was only with the wicket of Porteous where, and thanks to Junior Dala, where the spirits lifted up in the field. They were very flat in the field as well. So there's not a lot of energy that the bowlers could feed off. And you actually almost see it here now as well, where the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, one or two is encouraging, but the energy in the field is not there. They're hoping for something to happen to lift them up a little bit. And at the moment, Smith is hitting the lines. You can see he's trying to get in that fuller Yorker as well. It was well dug out by Kleinfeld.
Yeah, certainly the one thing for the Dolphins, if they're not threatening to take wickets, then they definitely need to make sure that they're keeping a lid on the scoring, which so far Smith is doing very well. He's bowled 20 deliveries now and conceded just 9 runs. Porteous' first over went for a few, but he's bowled 2 very tidy overs since then. So at least these two change bowlers are keeping things a little bit quieter than they were before they came on.
Going for the expansive drive there, and they're very interested in that. You can actually see the bowler asking questions there, looking very aggrieved. And but I honestly don't think they'll be able to contain them. Ken, do you think that they'll be able to get to a situation where the Titans feel they need to save the match, that they won't be able to get the runs?
No, I just think, it's creating pressure. And we just saw with that Kleinfeld trying to manufacture a bit of a drive there, that if you can keep the batsman quiet for a while, they might try something unnecessary. Certainly not going to, the required run rate's never going to be an issue. The Dolphins need wickets, but sometimes the best way to get wickets is through creating pressure.
And that's where bowling in partnerships becomes so important, where both ends need to create that pressure. And that's where Clele bowled very well. And Bartman was creating some opportunities, but also he leaked a bit of runs as well. So the pressure was relieved every now and again. Lovely shape, great fielding. And so if these two can carry on with their bowling now, just to create, as you mentioned, a little bit of maybe call it scoreboard pressure, run rate pressure, just create that false shot. But I still feel they need 2, maybe 3 wickets to really get the Titans concerned about the run chase. But for now, they're batting at 3.4 to the over. and 130 runs to get with the Brevis there. You still got Macania and Ferreira to come in as well. We all know what Ferreira, how explosive he can be. So if him and Brevis get together and start a partnership, that could be a very early finish today. Lovely shot. That deep point has been very busy, and it's been almost a boundary saving position. Like the back in the day, we thought third man was that. Now it's gone to a deep point. 23 overs gone, 78 for the loss of 2 wickets. Kleinveld is on 27. Devil Brevis is on 25. 129 runs to win. This second match for both these teams in the 4-day cup. Momentum Multiply Titans requiring 129 and 8 more wickets for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Porteous going to start his 4th over. He's yet to take a wicket in the second innings. He's gone for 13 runs. First over a bit expensive. From there, has bowled very economical. Kleinveld facing up. One slip, a gully. Just moving that cover fielder more in and closer to the batter. Oh, straying down leg. Bye signaled by the umpire. That's 4 byes. That's just pushing it past the keeper, who had no chance. And you can see the field set. It was definitely not to bowl onto his pads, because you got your slip, you got your gully, and also point has moved in a lot as well. More a conventional point. They do have the cover of the squarish third man. So the plan would be get it up there, get it on 4th stump, maybe get that outside part of the bats again. And that was just 4 freebies now given to them. 125 now needed for the Titans.
And if the Titans do get over the line here, it will be 2 wins out of 2 matches for them, and a very valuable little head start in the competition, because the Lions have basically had most of today, their match against the Dragons, ruined by the weather. They've advanced to 361 for 3, play only getting underway this afternoon, but now straight off again for bad light. And the other team that won in the first round were the Dolphins. So if the Titans win here, it'll stretch their lead at the top of the log, depending on what the Lions do, of course, against the Dragons. But time is going to start becoming a bit of an issue with the amount of play lost today for the Lions at the Wanderers.
And the worst part for anyone, I would say, dropping down the log, is you don't want in a 4-day game playing the catch-up game. You don't want to catch up to points.
And it is unfortunately such a short 4-day competition that you really can't afford to start slowly in this series.
Well, there's a lot of points batting wise and bowling wise on offer. Once you start doing the math on what you need to do and how much you need to score, it puts a lot of pressure on your batters, especially when you get to a deck like this that does give some assistance to the bowlers. It puts unnecessary pressure on the batters, and then a little collapses could happen. We did not get our score in this game, so we need to double up in the next game. And then sometimes you chase the scoreboard more than the victories. Much better bowling, going a lot fuller, and just getting that outside part of the bat. A single to Kleinveld. Just chipping away at these runs. 124 more required. 8 wickets in hand. Brevis is on 25. He hasn't faced in a couple of deliveries. 28 to Kleinveld.
Brevis always does just a little jig at the crease when he gets back on strike, a little dance to get the feet moving.
A little bit of a night fever.
Oh, he won't know what you're talking about, Pat.
That is true. He's still a very young man.
Although there's probably a nightclub somewhere around called Night Fever. Maybe maybe he's been to that.
But yes, he does have the knack once he hasn't faced a couple of balls just to warm up those hips a little bit. Remember Gary Kirsten always walking up to the square leg umpire, then go all the way back. But the sound that the ball is making of Brevis's bat since he's come in has been fantastic. A lovely punch there.
And I think it's so great that, this young man who's so much in demand, T20 leagues around the world. I guess Cricket World Cup on at the moment, so there aren't any T20 leagues. But he has committed himself to playing red ball for the Titans, which is great news for South African cricket, because I strongly believe that for a young batsman making his way, being able to master red ball cricket gives a really good foundation, and can actually only help your white ball skills. So it's going to make him a better player, having this foundation in red ball cricket.
Without a doubt. And you can go through history with the introduction of T20 cricket. If you look at that top 10 players in T20, it is 7 out of 10 guys who play all formats of the game. It's not just T20 specialists. It's a nice positive drive. And as you said, it will definitely hone in, especially in the 50-over game. It will hone in that limited overs experience for him. The foundation will be much better. And the fact that he's asking to play red ball cricket, it's a great news for us if you look at test cricket as the way it's progressed now, with there also being World Cups being played in the test arena. Having someone like explosive player like Brevis coming up. We saw with Travis Head, we saw with Carey, we saw in the past with Warner for the Australians. Very important.
Yes, and likewise, Donovan Ferreira, also very, very exciting T20 white ball batsman. Great to see him playing red ball, the Titans backing him, and he's become a really important cog in their batting lineup in all three formats.
And also him being able just to roll his arm a little bit as well. He did not bowl too badly yesterday. Not a big turner of the ball, but he does play around with the speed quite well. He does flight 1 or 2 up, and he's got that one just to, because he's such a tall guy, just dart that one in.
Yeah, Ferreira, a very, very useful cricketer, can keep wicket as well, of course. Good fielder.
We saw him taking 2 great catches in the slip cordon for the Titans. And Smith just continuing his 5th over here. He's quiet down the scoring, going for just over 2 runs to the over, just conceding the 10. Every now and again, everyone gets very excited. He just gets the ball to nip in or out from the deck. Not big movement on offer, which was a big surprise for all of us with the overcast conditions. Oh, great shot. And that one, even after hitting the bowler, still goes for 4.
He timed that really well,
Wow.
Matthew Kleinfeld. I think that's probably the sweetest he struck the ball in his innings thus far.
He nearly took the shoulder off Smith there. And even with hitting him, that ball still went for a boundary. And that's moved him on to 32 runs. And he's, ever since the hit he received from Bartman, he struggled on the front foot, and then that one punch off the front foot where he timed the ball nicely as well, that went for 4, and that was beautifully timed. He's just looking more comfortable and comfortable coming forward to the ball as his innings has gone on. Partnership of 65 between Kleinfeld and Brevis here. Could see Smith just with the wrist action, just maybe just rolling his fingers over the ball. They're trying to create a bit of a, almost like a cutter into the deck, see if he can't extract a bit of seam movement there.
He can nibble it around, Ken Smith, which is often all you need. Given the width of a bat, you only need to move the ball 2 or 3 centimeters to find the edge.
120 runs to win for the Momentum Multiply Titans. And as you said, you only need that 2 or 3 centimeters to get the edge. Even with spinners, you don't need extravagant spin. It's just that a few centimeters just to get the edge or just to beat that outside edge. But at the moment, they're not even beating the outside edge. It's either getting left alone or just letting go through.
Yeah, one has to say it's been very good batting though by Kleinveld and Brevis. Just happy to absorb pressure, give the bowler their due when they're bowling well, but they've stayed busy, they've stayed alert to the scoring opportunities. Just that boundary in that over by Matthew Kleinveld, you just feel coming at a good time, just giving them a little fillip, a little boost to the scoreboard.
And also for him, it was the right time as well. He was getting the singles here and there. Brevis being deprived of the strike a little bit, and that one just, it shot off the blade. And we see a change in bowling as Parsons comes into the attack. A complete change in tactic, taking the pace right off the ball. And Brevis facing up to him firstly. Field very much spread. They got the deep square. That looks like it's just in front of square, almost to a sweeper. They got the sweeper out on the offside. Then they've got mid-off on the boundary as well for Dewald Brevis. And then mid-on is hanging in the middle. He's about halfway down to the boundary. They got a slip in place still. And with the required run rate, I don't think the spread field might be the best option at the moment. There's not a lot of pressure on these two batters. It's almost like they are hoping for them to make a mistake. See Brevis just running down to Kleinveld there. Maybe just he saw something in the action just to have a look at.
Yeah, I think deep point to the left arm spinner is almost a field set for a bad delivery. It's going to be too easy, I think, for Brevis just to work the ball through there for the one.
Oh, big appeal. Might have just struck him outside the line. 88 for loss of 2 wickets. Parsons, that was very slow through the air. That might be a tactic that they've discussed as well.
He bowled tidily in the first innings, 33 runs off 16 overs. Just the 1 wicket. It was the last man, Clyde Bokaka.
A little bit of a break in play here.
So Marcus Ackerman has seemed to have done his knee a bit of a mischief.
Might have just got it stuck into the ground when he went down to try and complete that catch. See him just grabbing onto that back of that knee, that right knee of his. It's always difficult when you're facing a spinner who's got a nice fast action like Parsons has, and the ball's coming very slow through the air. That one's a bit misdirected.
Bit of turn there.
We saw Neil Brandt also turning 1 or 2 from this end. In the first innings, he got the outside edge. They went down to third man of Van Staden, who was set at that stage of over 50 already. So there's definitely something on offer. But Brevis is too good to bowl that line to him. Even if it's not that short, he's happy to rock on that back foot and just punch it to that deep point sweeper area. 117 now required.
Yeah, Brevis has got very quick hands and feet, which is quick feet, especially always very useful playing spin.
Gets you into that good positions quickly and early. Just working that one off the legs.
This whole over Parsons has just been maybe a foot too short. Just giving the batsman time to work him into the gaps.
You do have your protection straight on the boundary, so maybe give them something to drive, especially the left-hander. He has not been driving into the covers. He's enjoying the square drive a lot more than the conventional cover drive. Maybe you can just go through the gate there a little bit with one turning. As we saw, there is a little bit of turn on offer. That as you mentioned, that foot fuller, get that ball in through the gate. And even to Brevis, he's very happy to play off the back foot. Maybe get him reaching for one, seeing the short boundary, hopefully a false shot, but they also know the a little bit of the reputation that comes with the man, and there's not a lot of boundaries that's big enough for him if he's going to go straight down the ground. We saw him play one hell of an innings here when they played Western Province on this ground when he scored that 100, and they were north for 3 at one stage. Brevis was running out of partners without facing a ball, and he scored a century there that was so mature, and he did it in about an 80% strike rate. Fantastic innings. He was the one who held it together, and he was the last wicket to fall as well. And we saw on that day as well, he can clear any field. Again, favoring that square drive. He's opening up the face. As soon as he makes contact, he's just opening up that face. He's not going straight through the gap. It might be that short in cover that's putting him off there, just wanting him to go for the bigger gap, even with the deep point there. A slip and a very finish gully in here for Smith.
Almost a fourth slip, I'd say.
Trying to cover both ends. A 91 for 2 after busy with the 27th over. Still 116 needed by the momentum multiplier Titans. Hollywoodbet Dolphins searching for a wicket. They desperately need about 2 or 3 to put the pressure back on the Titans. At the moment, looks like the Titans are cruising.
Yeah, all going well so far. A partnership of 69 between Kleinveld and Brevis. But as the old adage goes, just one wicket can lead to 2, and then suddenly the situation's a bit more tense.
That's why I say they can get 2, 3 wickets here, maybe expose that middle order that's not been scoring the majority of the runs in the season for them. They might just be in with a shout, but you feel that wickets is going to be key. Building that pressure every now and again, just relieving the pressure with an over that goes for 4 or 5. Still batting at 3.4 to the over. Oh, there's the booming drive. Going outside the edge, that hasn't happened in quite a few. See Smith just looking up into the skies, asking what he must do to get a nick.
Well, it was the sucker ball, wasn't it? The full, wideish half volley. And Kleinveld lured into it. Just thinking that in the last hour, we haven't seen too many balls really beat the bat. But that one did, mostly due to batsman error rather than the ball doing a whole lot.
That's it. I think his eyes just lit up. He wanted to hit that one a little bit too hard. And he's on the exact same score he was in his first innings. And nearly went the same way. 34 or 55 in the first innings. Much more subdued second innings. but he's on 34. Brevis is on 27. Partnership of 69. And that would be T on this day 4. And 116 runs is the equation, Ken. 91 for the loss of 2. Like I said, 116 runs to win for the Momentum Multiply Titans. 1 session to go. I still think they want to go for the runs. They want to get the W here.
Oh, there's no doubt, and they're in prime position to get it. 116 more runs to get. It's going to be a long final session. They'll be hoping the light holds, of course. But
only if you're in the Titans camp. If
Yeah,
you're in the
yeah.
Dolphins camp, you would hope for a bit of rain.
yeah, or a few wickets straight after the tea break. But one just feels with 116 to get, it's a matter of just Brevis getting himself back in after tea, and then we know that he's the sort of batsman that when the push comes and they want to knock off the remaining 70 odd runs, he can do that pretty quickly. So
Quick question: would you send Ferreira in maybe a little bit sooner, just to get that run rate going? If you're in with a sniff.
I think it depends on the situation. If the innings requires a bit of a spurt, a bit of acceleration, then sure. Sibonela Makanya hasn't had the greatest of summers so far. Maybe down a bit on confidence. So it's certainly an option.
Because he's not as free scoring as Ferreira is.
Look, Makanya, once he gets in, can certainly go along with the best of them. But depending on the situation, if the time is running out a bit, if they're worried about the light, then certainly Ferreira could be pushed up the order.
And please join us again after tea. It's about a 20-minute break. And the Momentum Multiply Titans needing 116 to win. 8 wickets for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Remember to like and subscribe us on the YouTube channel. And also follow us on Facebook. See you in 20 minutes.
And we're back at Supersport Park. The umpire's just double checking the light. But the Titans currently at 91 for 2 after 27 overs and 116 runs to win. I'm joined by Gert.
Sean, thank you very much. And what an exciting game and prospect we have on our hands. The young Devil Brevis came running out of that dugout, swinging his bat. He's really edging to get out there. He's the first one on the park. His partner Kleinfeld, the left-hander, doing very well. Partnership of 69. And you being in the setup for quite a while, what happens in those tea breaks? What sort of discussions will you have there? Or is it more of a bit of a relaxed atmosphere?
For the most part, it is relaxed, especially, I'd say in women's cricket, we don't play too many multi-day, we don't play the multi-day format, but on a domestic level, conversation, especially for the Titans, they are still in the driver's seat. Yes, the Dolphins bowlers are bowling really well, and especially towards the end of the tea, Devil Brevis and Matthew Kleinfeld had to slow down, had to pull back, and just say keep stabilized.
And then we went for a semi-final.
But you find that Brevis is looking settled, looking good, looking very, I'd say, very organized, and managing his innings very well.
There's a bit of crowd in here today. You can hear the background noises there.
Yes, it's always good to have a crowd, especially given the weather. Makes sense why Devil Brevis ran out, just to warm up a little bit. But yes, he'll probably just relax, just keep doing what he's doing. He is playing well, and that will be the message. And I mean, Kleinfeld has had his fair share of wearing a few. He is a gritty player, and won't be afraid to wear a few, have a few bruises here and there, especially trying to get the Titans that W that they are chasing after. You're going to have a Hutle changing ends, coming from the pavilion, West Lane end, and bowling to Devil Brevis.
And Devil Brevis starting in a very positive fashion.
What a shot! That is how you come back after tea. And I guess that's part of the message. Go there, play your shots. If it's in your arc, you go. You go for it.
That was absolutely smashed. Clearly trying to wake up Brevis, and Brevis just said, "Middag." That was a proper pull shot in front of square, and that just the biggest part of the boundary, but that got there in rates of knots.
There's no boundary too big for a shot like that.
Sure. Did not learn his lesson the first time round, tried it again, another short ball to Brevis, and the result exactly the same, another 4.
Another 4, taking Brevis to 35 in what's been a very short innings. He's managed to get through some pressure moments. He's managed to, I would say, get through some difficult or some really good bowling, and just continuing to put the Titans, in the runnings for a very early day.
And just taking the pressure off the Titans a little bit, taking that deficit now to 108, or shall I not call it deficit, the runs to win to 108, 99 for the loss of 2, partnership of 77. Much better ball by Clele.
And Brevis still looking to get those singles. Right, still looking to be busy at the crease, score as many runs as possible. He is still, say, very new to the 4-day competition and 4-day cricket, first class cricket, and he's taken to it like a duck to water, just absorbing, taking in all the information, learning from those around him, and he is very lucky to have somebody with Matthew Kleinfeld's experience.
Lovely high elbow there. And not just Matthew Kleinfeld, he also has the luxury of having conversations with someone like Dean Elgar, who's done this for many years, and also is in that Protea setup. So not just domestic information that he'll get from his teammates, but he can get a lot of international information from Dean Algar as well. And a young man that wants to play 4-day cricket, which, as Ken and I discussed, is very good for us test-wise for South Africa. Quick single, lovely running by Kleinveld. It's great news for us in the test arena because you've got explosive batsmen coming in that can play all formats of the game, so that does disrupt your team that much. And if you need a result, someone like a Brevis can turn that in your favor if you go to bat at a certain pace. So definitely something for the future. Devil Brevis working on all formats of the game, and but Kleinveld has looked pretty well as well after getting a nasty one by Bartman on the shoulder. Physio out. He's been looking solid. Oh,
Brevis looks solid. No foot movement. They're just chasing it. And there he is, practicing the shot he should have played. Just leave that one alone. But yes, these things do happen, especially coming back after tea. Feet don't move quite the same, and I'm sure that woke Kleinveld up a little bit. But a definite positive for South Africa having a young batter like Brevis working on all formats of the game, and especially in first-class cricket, his technique will be tested. Right? Can he bat long? Can he manage the pressure? Does he have the mental stamina, not just the physical, but the mental stamina to save a game? Right? And we know that he's an aggressive batter that wants to score. And in a test match with the ball moving around, can he adjust his game and take the game forward, take it to the next level, win the match that could have only been a draw, but with him there, can he take it? Can he get the result?
That BMT that you often talk about, that big match temperament, does he have it? Can he get them over the line here? Little victories like this is a big deal for young players. Lovely off the front foot. Brevis looking very positive after the tea break.
I guess that makes sense why he ran out. It's like, right, let's not waste any time.
Probably planned a night out or something. 104 to win for the Titans, and doubling up there. Lovely positive stroke play by Brevis.
I think before he plans a night out on a Tuesday, the first things first, he needs to recover.
Student nights. 102 for the loss of 2. Tested by the short one there. Bartman also just changing ends. And we saw with most of the short pitch deliveries in this innings by the Dolphins, they got a bit erratic with it, except for the one that he hit Kleinveld with. The others have been over the head and not well directed.
No, they haven't been well directed, but I think this is why they have changed ends a little bit to try and, for one, late, especially Kleinveld, who the long boundary would be on his leg side from the Hennops River end where Bartman is bowling from, but also just to make sure, right, is your foot movement still the same? Right, there's still a lot to offer on this cricket. As we can see, if you bend your back, you're going to get some steep bounce, and that one just not as much bounce, just like skinning on. So anything can happen.
You see Brevis is getting that one on the toe end of the bat. Lovely single.
A lovely single, and that brings Kleinveld back on strike. 47 overs left in the day with 104 runs to win. This chase getting, I'd say, closer and closer. The Dolphins will want to slow things up, and obviously umpires Anudine Palakan and Lauren Achenbach will be, say, willing the Dolphins along to say, look, let's not waste time. Let's keep going. Let's keep the over rate going so that as many overs can be bowled. But a little bit of gamesmanship might come into play.
All tactics, lovely punch off the front foot there. That ball just climbing over that cover fielder. He hit it very hard into those practice pitches.
He did, but he did very well to get a hand to it. Anything different, and that was going to be a foul.
There's going to the shorter end of the day. But you mentioned the overs left. Only 2 hours of play left. Don't think we're going to get in 47 overs. And with the overcast conditions, might get very dark, as we saw it yesterday as well. So maybe an hour and a half left.
I think the Titans will be saying an hour and a half left, right? They want to up the run rate. So that was probably the conversation, which is why Brevis is going out there. They do have wickets in hand, right? You have Ferreira, Moonsami, and Ferreira is a destructive batter. He can come in and up the run rate. Moonsami is striking at 76 in the first innings when he scored his ton. So still lots on offer. So it makes sense. Let Deval play with a little bit more freedom.
Yes, and maybe just push that run rate a little bit. And change in bowling, as Tele has also changed ends.
They're continuing. You can see he's looking to bowl a little bit shorter. He has the deep square leg for Kleinfeld, as well as a fine leg and a deep point.
And the change of ends didn't bring much luck to the Titans bowlers. They tried it this morning, where Brett and Komane actually changed the ends that they've been operating from for the whole game, and that did not boast well for them. Junior Dala continuing as his end, and he bowled brilliantly in that comeback spell of his.
Junior Dala, definitely a senior campaigner. You know, the senior player was has the skills, knows his game, knows his plans, knows what he's trying to do.
Catch taken, lovely catch there, and just running out of patience is Kleinfeld. That was the one we discussed where after being hit on the shoulder, he might be inclined to go for it instead of getting out of the way, and that was a lovely catch on the boundary, judging that shortish boundary to perfection, and that was Ditole, who's been a dynamo in the field, catching out for 39, beg your pardon, for 35 of 101 balls. It is 104 for the loss of 3 wickets, and finally some relief for the Dolphins.
The Dolphins will believe that if they continue getting wickets, a draw, they will get the draw. But if Brevis continues playing as positively as he is, this game could be very, very different.
The next man into bat is Makanya that they sent out. We thought they might send Ferreira out a little bit sooner. He's one of those batters that don't take a lot of balls to get going, if he gets going. But they might feel with Brevis still out there, Makanya is the way to go with an average of 26. Although his strike rate is very, very healthy at 95, he does take a couple of balls to get going. 192 versus the Northern Cape Cobras back then in Kimberley in 15 and 2016 was his best score. He did well in the first innings as well. He's got a start. He had 11 of 44 balls. They did bowl very, very well to him. Brevis also in the first innings only scoring 8. So this is the period of play where the Dolphins were on top of the Titans, but with Brevis batting the way he is, he's on 39 and looking very positive. That has definitely changed a little bit.
Yes, Makanya, now there is no pressure for him. Just keep rotating the strike. Let Brevis, who is the safe batter, continue to be the aggressor. Play yourself in. There's no reason to take any unnecessary risk. So I would say it's not a bad situation for Makanya to come in, where he can anchor the innings and bat with somebody like Brevis, who doesn't seem to want to waste much time.
Oh, there's a bit of movement, and Tele immediately on the mark. He just got a bit of a spring in his step now after picking up that wicket of Kleinfeld for 35.
And also a very deliberate wicket.
Mm.
Set him up, almost goading him to take on the short boundary, knowing that he has fielders out there, and just saying, look, if you want to score runs, this is how you're going to do it. Because the Titans will say to themselves, we need to up the run rate. They're currently at 3.5 runs and over. They want to get to that total,
Oh,
especially with only 46 overs left in the day. And that a very, very streaky shot from Makanya to get off the mark.
that was a bit lucky. Very lucky for that not to clutter into those sticks of his. He's practicing the shot, maybe keeping shape a little bit more. He just chased that one where we saw Bria was very happy leaving the balls outside off, and leaving on this deck has done well. But I think you're right. They might just want to get that run rate closer to 4 runs to the over, instead of just hanging around that 3.5 mark. But still 2 hours of play left. Again, with the gloomy conditions, we don't expect much play after 5:30. It's going to get very, very dark, as we saw yesterday.
Bravis just, even if he is just going for the single, he's making sure he hits it hard.
101 still left to get.
101, and the Titans will believe they are one step closer to victory, to a result that is in their favor. Just have to make sure that these two, especially Makanya, just settles down and just digs his heels and just gets busy around the crease. He is an athletic player, has lots of potential. Confidence may not be the highest right now, but this is an opportunity with very little pressure on them.
Lovely shot. That's nice, positive foot movement. And this might also just be the opportunity that the Hollywoodbet Dolphins would want, is actually give them that bit of confidence to play those shots. And that's kind of what happened to Kleinfeld there. He was in such a positive frame of mind that he felt short boundary, I might be able to clear him, and just did not time it, but a more top edge than actually going through the line, and got caught on the boundary there by Titole. And the light meter coming out, umpires got that set. Lauren Achenbach just relaying the message there. It looks from our perspective still to kind of be the same.
Yes, and these two, I think the umpires will be checking the light every single over just to make sure that, for one, their primary or their first mission is to make sure that the players are safe.
That one not getting up as much as Bartman's balls in the past have, especially from this end. Deerwell Brevis playing well over that one, and that's what caused the excitement from.
Brevis probably thinking I missed out. Short, wide, a little bit of a gimme from Bartman, not a short ball that wasn't well directed. So he would have thought, geez, this was my opportunity to win the over in the first ball.
They always want to get that start in the over. They do have a deep point out and also that deep square and deep fine leg out for Brevis. Oh, another inside edge, and it almost looks like there's something in it. Now it might be the tee that's influenced a bit of foot movement, although Brevis came out as positive as a nut. And now you can just see him just looking down at the deck. It might be a little bit of grass just standing up. Could be the bowlers hitting the seam a lot more than they did before. The chatter is definitely up in the field. The energy is a bit more. Just by that 1 or 2 balls, it's just misbehaving a little bit.
Booming drive for no run. Brevis. Now the key is you've hit some good shots. You've missed out on a few. You don't need to play an unnecessary shot. You don't need to look for the runs. The runs will come if you're still there. And Sport Park has shown the longer you bat, the greater the opportunity to get value for your shots and to put up a big total. And for Brevis, it would be he wants the win. He wants to be there when the winning runs are scored.
Oh, outside edge, squirting off the outside edge of the bat. Great fielding there. Batters did double up. Fantastic fielding. But Evans has moved on to 42, closing in on that milestone of 50 runs. And this partnership is only 4 runs old, but some positive stroke play in it.
Lots of positive stroke play. The Dolphins will also say to themselves, "We want this." He's hitting it at the outside half of his bat. This over, how Brevis has played it, hasn't been as convincing as others. So he'll have that in the back of his mind that there's only been 2 runs scored in this over, and he'll want to score big. And Bartman will be saying, "Give me a chance. Give me a chance. It's a little gap, and I'll take it."
Oh, again, not a convincing drive inside part of the bat this time round. Bartman pulling out all the tricks in his bag. Brevis moves on to 43, 109 for the loss of 3 wickets, busy with the 31st over in the second innings of the Momentum Multiply Titans. Hollywoodbet Dolphins searching for 7 wickets. I don't think they're going to restrict them when it comes to the overs that's left. Still 45 scheduled to be bowled today, but with conditions, might get in 25, 30 overs. We had about an hour delay as well due to bad light.
And there you go. Brevis is still on strike at the end of this over by Bartman. That brings us to the end of the 31st. 109 for 3. The Titans needing 98 runs to win with 44 overs left in this match. But as you said, I don't think we're going to get that many.
No, definitely not in it's, let's say, about an hour and 40 minutes left in the day. You're looking at about 16, 17 overs in an hour if the seamers operate. Maybe they give Parsons an over or 2 of spin, but they're missing their frontline spinners. I don't think the Hollywoodbet Dolphins would mind being taken off the field due to bad light because they refuse to bowl their spinners. They're not in the situation where the Titans were last night, where they wanted to get as many overs in as they possibly could. Just a bit of break in play, just a bit of pitch maintenance. Footmarks just opening up on day 4. This is the first time we've actually seen the ground staff working on the pitch, and with the heat that we've had over the last couple of days, job well done.
Big well done. Big tick. The team, the ground staff here at Supersport Park have been incredible. The field looks incredible. The pitch has been playing like a dream, because I don't think there's going to be many batters complaining too much about the pitch. It, despite the variable bounce, it has had a lot to offer. If you're a batter, there are runs, and we have seen over 1,000 runs scored in this match so far. And there have been wickets. We've had in both innings, both teams were bowled all out. So lots on offer here for everyone.
Yeah, we're looking at 33 wickets already in this match. A fantastic feat for everyone involved.
Sorry.
109 for the loss of 3 wickets. It is 98 to win to the Titans. And both ends just the footmarks. Might be a little bit of tactics as well, just trying to slow up the play a little bit here. The Dolphins know that they need to break the concentration. They need a couple of wickets here. 7 wickets still to get. Titans on a roll. They only need 98 to win, batting at 3.5. The next hour will most likely say where we're going to. The clouds have gotten a little bit darker. There is rain predicted for later tonight. It might come in a little bit earlier. And the Hollywoodbet Dolphins, I think, will do 1 or 2 rain dances as they're out there, because for them, a draw would be a brilliant result from where they were after the first day.
And there you go, I would say, an exuberant appeal from Slade van Staden, but just taking a chance, you never know. But as the Dolphins will want to I would say, slow it down. So gamesmanship, right? But also utilize. I mean, they have to make sure that the bowlers are kept injury free. Manage, especially your fast bowlers. It is still very early on in the season, in this competition. You don't need any injuries right now, so you have to make sure that that is taken care of. But yes, gamesmanship. Slowing the game down, slowing the pace of the game to try and say frustrate the Titans into playing some rash shots. And with the field set here, Thele is trying to get Makanya on strike. You've got your long on, you've got a, a sweeper on the cover boundary, a deep point, third man on the boundary or just off the boundary. You've got Finding on the boundary, and you've got a deep square leg who is making sure that he is as far back as possible, because we know that Brevis, doesn't matter how big the boundary is, he hits a hard and long ball.
And just the sound of Brevis's bat, ever since he's come to the crease, has just been phenomenal. That sounded so good, and it's almost heartbreak to know that's one. But as you said, I think the plan for Brevis will also be hit back of a length or go full and wide, make him play the expansive shot. The field is set for it. There's protection there for the bowlers. And in the Hollywoodbet Dolphins' favor is now they got two right-handers at the crease. It's not the right-left combination anymore, but the field does change quite a lot. With Makanya on strike, two slips and a gully back into play with the deep points, and everyone just came in.
Yes, this is what you want. You want to put the new batter under pressure, especially one whose confidence isn't as high.
Oh, lovely shot. Bring him nothing, but that's a sort of positivity that we've discussed that Brevis brings to his partners. We just that confidence, that positivity, it just rubs off on you.
It does. And he's taking the senior partner role here, just discussing, just giving some words of wisdom. Right? What is the game plan? How are we going to execute chasing down 97 runs? Well, 97 runs left to win.
And that would be the conversation between the two. I'm pretty sure Brevis would tell his partner Makanya, don't stress, take a couple of balls. It does get a little bit easier once you get in, but you need to get in first. In the beginning of your innings, you are very susceptible to that ball that's misbehaving a little bit. There is a little bit of sea movement. It is overcast, so there is going to be one or two just swinging a tad. Although we haven't seen a lot of swing, even with the overcast conditions.
Even you haven't seen a lot of swing, but you can definitely see the fast bowlers are bending their back. They are, I would say, the thinking is bowl your best ball. That is the thinking. Just bowl your best ball. Just keep bowling it there. Keep putting it there. Keep the batter under pressure. Right? There might not be as much lateral movement, but there's still something on offer in this pitch, and that's what they're utilizing. And the Dolphins doing it a lot better in this final innings than the Titans did in the last one.
Yes, this morning the Titans didn't bowl all that well, and it wasn't for Junior Dala. This game might have been completely out of their reach. He was the one who broke through and picked up a couple of wickets earlier this morning. He was the only one that actually looked dangerous bowling with that new ball. And the new ball didn't do much favors for the Titans. It did bring one or two wickets for the Dolphins, as Brandt went for 17 and Al got one that kept very low. Brevis again, the noise of the bat would suggest that is a mammoth shot, and it's just the one. And those two wickets, and then Kleinfeld was the last wicket to fall for 35. 96 required, and Titans on Nelson.
They'll be hoping to get this wicket. Well, the Dolphins certainly will be. Please, just one wicket. We just need to bowl at one end. It'll put a little bit of extra pressure on Brevis. He'll now start thinking, okay, he has to farm the strike, and that can have its mental toll. So I'd say that is the plan the Dolphins are saying. Give Brevis the single. Don't give him a boundary. and let's bowl to Makanya. Let's put him under pressure.
Do you think that would be the best way to go? Do you think maybe putting some pressure on Brevis, not scoring the boundary is a way to go? Maybe bowl at him a little bit more, see if he doesn't want to take the game away from you.
I think in the situation that Brevis is in, he's seeing the ball well. He's moving his feet well. So even there, you can see he's middling it. Even though it's just going for a single, that's more frustrating because he's not getting value for his shots. However, on the other end, you've got Makanya, who is just happy to play himself in. He's taking his time, and Brevis is like, I want to move the game forward. So when you have somebody who wants to move the game forward, sometimes it helps to not give them the strike. Don't let them play as few balls as possible.
And the ground staff being called in again, there is something that's bothering Bartman on the footholds, and the umpire would agree with him. Safety comes first. He might just be slipping on that front foot. Ground staff has done a great job thus far. 111 for 3. Busy with the 33rd over, and it's little holdups like this that will just create that little less overs being bowled. We only have about an hour and 40 minutes left. Still 43 overs scheduled to be bowled, but we won't get close to that.
No, definitely won't get close to that. And as you said, a break and play like this is going to take it even longer. The Titans will be saying, we want the win. We want the win. Obviously, they don't want to see their competitors. Nobody ever wants to see the opposition get injured. You know, you still want the game to be fair and played in a good spirit of sportsmanship. So they wouldn't want to see any of the bowlers get injured. However, they will be saying, can these breaks become less frequent? Can we just get on with the game? So that will be, I guess, one way to manage it would be Makanya then has to start getting busy, start looking for the single, and Brevis would also have to do the same. If they're not going to give him the boundary, Makanya has to take the lead and just no risk. Don't chase after the ball, but the ball is there. Right, get the single option, knock it around the corner, but try and take the bowlers off their mark.
And what worked well between Kleinfeld and Brevis was the rotation of strike. They did try and get almost every third ball, fourth ball for that single, just the right-left combination. But also, these are two different batters at the crease. You've got a Brevis who's very aggressive. You've got a Brevis who's really timing the ball well. You've got Makanya who's a bit low on confidence at the moment. That rotation is important. Don't let them settle into a liner length for one batter. What a delivery. Wow.
Even Palika had his hands to his head.
Oh, that was a brilliant ball. And just shows you what a bit of groundsman work can do. That foot all of a sudden going over that front leg much better. Bartman getting that ball to rise up very sharply over length. And Makanya, very well played.
Very well played from Makanya. As well as, sometimes it's just about, I don't have to bowl. There isn't that force going through, so I get a little bit of a break, bit of a breather.
Outside edge, and what a brilliant catch! What a catch in the gully there, Makanya after the ball that completely rushed him, just throwing his hands at one, and Bartman is on the wickets column. Fantastic bowling. Makanya out for 1 after 11 balls faced, and this is now where a little bit of danger signs for the Titans might come in. Wickets falling, 6 more wickets, still a couple of runs to get, still 96 runs to get.
Makanya will be so disappointed in himself. I would say got himself in, or was getting himself in, and then just played that loose shot, wanting the big drive. Brilliant catch. Phenomenal catch in the gully.
And we see Donovan Ferreira being promoted A little bit, I beg your pardon. He's actually coming in where he's scheduled. He came in after Makanya in the first innings as well. And he's come in for only his 12th innings. An average of 52 with a high score against KwaZulu Inland of 127, 250 to his name. Scenario a little bit different. He was the one that went out after 4 balls without scoring, without troubling the scorers. He would want to get off the dreaded pair.
He will want to get off the dreaded pair. And this is exactly what the Dolphins want. 2 new batters. Makanya, his confidence is a little bit low. Ferreira didn't last long in the first innings, so they'll want to capitalize on that pressure, especially knowing how destructive Donovan Ferreira can be.
And we both know a half an hour of Brevis and Ferreira together, the game is over. And this will be the signs for the Hollywoodbet Dolphins as well, where they know they cannot allow these two to build a partnership and get going, because then that 96 is going to come down very quickly.
And Brevis is showing that it doesn't matter how big the boundary is, he will take it on. But very correct, can't let these two settle. You can't give Brevis too much strike, because then it just takes the pressure off Ferreira, who can just knock it around, make it, let's say, just take his time. Right, get himself in, just rotate the strike. So Clearly will be saying, right, let's get Brevis off strike, let's bowl at Ferreira, let's attack him, put him under as much pressure as possible, and maybe, just maybe, there will be a chance for the Dolphins to take another wicket.
And they'll feel, doesn't matter what reputation he comes in with and how good a form he was in the white ball cricket, he is the new batter. It is gloomy. The pitch is giving something. You can see them just going wider at Brevis. They've got that deep point out. They've got sweeper out. They've got both mids out as well, mid on and mid off. They got deep square and fine leg out. They only have a shortish cover in for that upward drive, maybe driving on the up, and then they've got a solitary slip. Is the only 2 players in the ring.
It makes sense. You don't want to give, if the wicket chance does come, you want to make sure you take it.
Oh, lovely shot. Devil Brevis. He has pierced the field with a beautiful drop.
And the sound off the bat. So it doesn't matter. You can have as many fielders on the boundary. He will still manage to find the gap. And that is the talent that this young man is. Just wait. That was, a very loose delivery from Cele, bowling wide outside the off stump. And Brevis just leaning into it and just letting his hands do all the work.
And it looks like Litole down there, he's been a dynamo in the field, but he had no chance. It only was about 10 meters from him, but that was hit with immense power, and it's a short side of the field as well. Brevis is getting a very, very big move on here. He's on 49, and you can see another fielder being sent out even further. It's a deep mid wicket. Might be going only about halfway. Only the slip fielder in the circle now. Oh, and that is over that man on the boundary. If it was on the boundary, that would have been an opportunity. 6 runs, and it's Devil Brevis' 3rd 4-day domestic series 50. And that was the chance that the Dolphins would have wanted if the fielder was on the boundary. Oh, trouble for Brevis.
Trouble for Brevis, but it is a massive boundary. So nobody's expecting him to take it on, but take it on he did, and he gets it over.
And that's 10 runs from the over already.
Taylor will not be happy, but you can see that the mentality of the Titans is light is a factor. There are interruptions, so let's try and get there as quickly as possible.
Getting away with a short ball and another wide, 5 extra runs, and all that energy wasted because you've got to bowl it again. I understand why they went for the short ball. That was just over that fielder. That's just losing your head a little bit.
And that is a ball in anger.
Absolutely. He is very ticked off, Icele, and mostly at him, a little bit at himself as well. Um, Devil Brevis already this is moved on to 56, 55 rather, and they just got 5 freebies.
5 freebies, and they will gladly take them. Gladly.
81 runs to get Kele to Brevis.
Brevis looking for the second one. They won't get it. That was great fielding.
Oof. Very nearly the great fielding upset by the bit higher than expected throw van Staden not being the tallest fielders on the park.
Not the tallest, but we'll be a little bit disappointed with how this over has gone. He won't be happy at all, but will be happy to be bowling to Donovan Ferreira. Ferreira, there is no pressure. He can take his time, just bat himself in.
A little shimmy down the track just to meet the ball.
Doesn't seem like he wants to waste any time. He's like, well, if the day is going to be called early for bad light, let's make sure we get as close to let's get as close to the win as possible.
I think the fact that umpire Achenbach has checked that light meter a few times is definitely going to put them in a more positive frame of mind. Say, listen, this is what we need to do. We got 6 wickets in hand. They might be doubling up here. Ferreira and Brevis, great running. You can just hear the change room of the Titans just livening up a little bit there after that 6 of Brevis, thinking that even though the light is bad, these two might just get them over the line a lot quicker. 78 runs still to get, 129 for loss of 4 wickets. Scheduled play, 41 overs left, but only about an hour and a half left of play. And with the lights, we predict about only an hour left.
Yes, it is. It will be disappointing, but this is what you need. This is good cricket. You don't need to hit boundaries to get to 78 to score 78 more runs. You can just keep rotating the strike, keep running hard. If you believe that you deserve to score 56, look at Brevis's innings. Only later on in his innings did he start to play expansive shots, hitting the boundaries. Once he had played himself in, once he had gone through the pressure, once he had absorbed all the good bowling, the pressure built by the good bowling from the Dolphins bowlers. So it is something to look at.
Oh, him definitely going for one there, eyeing up that short boundary. Bardman dropping it short. You can see the frustration from Brevis there. He felt that he should have connected with that one. He wanted to go hard at that one. 78 runs to win, and that big over, 17 runs came from that, and already the run rate has gone up to that 3.8. It's that 4 runs to the over that we spoke about earlier, that they'll be happy if they can average that, and you can do that in singles. But Brevis at the crease, you know he's going to go for 1 or 2.
He is. He's not going to waste time. He from the beginning, from straight after he ran on. It's like, well, let me get there. Let's force the Dolphins back onto the park as quickly as possible.
That one is cut away immensely powerfully. Just for the one. The field is very spread for Brevis. Everyone almost on the boundary. They've got 2 fielders in close. And now for Donovan Ferreira, it almost looks like the field is going to stay exactly the same. You can just see asking the captain, where do you want us?
I think they want to minimize that second run. Don't mind giving Ferreira the single, but you want to minimize that second run.
They feel that the light is deteriorating pretty fast, so they're happy giving singles, not giving the boundaries, making sure that hopefully light will catch up to them. Don't think they'll be putting on spinners anytime soon.
No chance of a spinner coming back on. Bryce Parsons bowled his solitary over, and I think that will be the only over he bowls in this innings.
Telling him we're saving your back and your fingers for the next game.
Making sure that you're fresh.
Making sure that you're fresh, yes.
We're doing this for you.
130 for the loss of 4 wickets, 77 still to get. Oh, that is met with huge power. Great shot, Donovan Ferreira. First boundary of the match.
First boundary of the match for him, and what a boundary. That is what you call, you're going to bowl it there. He's going to show you where to fetch it. It just raced off his bat. And what an outfield.
Oh,
The long boundary and even deep point could not stop that. And those fielders aren't too far apart from each other either.
credit to Ferreira. He pierced that gap to perfection. It's almost about 20 meters between those two fielders, with about an 80-meter boundary in between. It's a massive side of the field. That just shows you the timing of Ferreira and the power that he struck that ball with. Another one to that deep point. Running hard. Ferreira almost ready for that second.
I think they know it is getting darker out there, and they know that they need to take the game forward. They want to get those 72 more runs as quickly as possible, and these two are the right men to do it.
And again, just the umpire showing to the ground staff after the over, please come out quickly again.
He will. He has run very well.
He's pretty a fit gentleman.
Guess you have to be fit when you're here at Supersport Park.
A lovely running, just pushing the one, especially coming from that far boundary. That's a couple of meters gained.
You know, not only the players do fitness tests, so does the ground staff.
And he's been putting in the hard yards. I think that Fitbit of his has been busy. 136 for the loss of 4 wickets after 35 overs. But the equation is still 71 to get. About an hour and 23 minutes left. And by Achenbach just checking the lights again. You can see the fielders around it, just asking what was the previous reading? What was the benchmark? When are we coming off? Are you sure you can still see the ball? Just asking all these questions. Umpires just getting together. Just want to check both ends for the light. And it looks like they are coming off for bad light.
This will be very disappointing for the Titans batters. Looking very set, very on track to getting those 71 runs in style. Running hard between the wickets, they'll be disappointed. But Brevis, the batter, of this Titans innings, 58 runs, a fantastic partnership with Matthew Kleinfeld, who also scored 35 runs off 101 deliveries. Makanya didn't trouble the scorers too much with his solitary run off 11 balls, and Brevis batting with Ferreira. They look very dangerous, but unfortunately, the light has the final say so far.
And the partnership has already gone to 25 with Ferreira on 7. Devil Brevis is on 58. And I think this might be exactly what the Dolphins was hoping for. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins will not be rushing out to bowl their remaining overs. And in a situation where they were, in the first innings, Van Staden and Porteous saved them. The second innings, again, Porteous scoring 51 and Van Staden scoring that 93. A brilliant back of the day innings yesterday, batted through the day, started off this morning brilliantly until Junior Dala was introduced with the new ball. Those little victories is what's saving the match for the Dolphins at the moment.
Those are the victories saving the match. This will be... The Dolphins did not expect to be in this position this morning. They thought that with losing Porteous and Van Staden pretty early in the morning, they thought that this was a match for the Titans. However, right, they still live to play some more, but will be disappointed with the bad luck.
Yes, another 40 overs left in the day, but only about an hour and 20 minutes. Be interesting to see how long we stay off now. And if we come back, so as soon as there is more action or more news, we'll be back with you. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel and also on Facebook.
Well, welcome back to Supersport Park at Centurion, where we've had a couple of false starts. We had hope, it was dashed. The players were actually back out on the field. Momentum multiply Titans against the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. The two batsmen were out there, the fielders were out, the umpires were out, and then they went off again without a ball being bowled. So match drawn in the CSA 4-day series game. The Titans end on 136 for 4, needing just 71 more runs to win. And with me, my co-commentators, Sean Myers and Gert Maloney. Oh, it was all set up so beautifully, wasn't it, Sean?
It really was. The Titans would feel hard done by, with Brevis looking so positive, with intent to get a result, and Ferreira looking ready to score a big one and a quick one as well. So, but the Dolphins wouldn't be too disappointed with this result at all.
Dolphins might feel a bit lucky, I think, from where they were and from day one, the position they were, the deficit that they had to work off, and looking at their less senior players to do the work for them, I think has got a couple of positives for them. But this is the result I think all the Dolphins were hoping for, but the Titans, they're unlucky.
Yeah, let's not forget that when the Titans were 30 for 2, we had a real game on. It looked all set up for a wonderful final chase, but not to be. 71 runs shy of victory. We were hoping for maybe a 6 or 7 over real slog with two of the most exciting batsmen around having a go at it, but not to be. The bad light has won, and we thank you very much for watching us on the CSA YouTube channel. And a very big thank you to the Momentum Multiply Titans and Pitch Vision, who are responsible for this broadcast. So from us, Ken, Sean, and Gert, thank you for listening. Have a very good night. Goodbye.